I'm waiting for the other members to take their seats. Thank you, honorable members and distinguished guests. We may take our seats as we wait for the speaker's procession to enter the chamber. Thank you. Honorable members and distinguished guests, may we all rise as the speaker's procession enters the chamber. Thank you.
We shall all have an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. Can we have the national anthem? Sorry, through the sound. Thank you very much. You may all get seated. The honorable members of the Limpopo Legislature, the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip of the Legislature, the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Chairperson of the Standing Committee, Honorable members, leaders of the opposition present here, feel welcome to this Sectoral Parliament, Men's Parliament for the Limpopo Legislature. My name is Honorable Matou. I'll be the presiding officer of the day, and my colleague, who is the deputy presiding officer, Honorable Nengoda, seated in my right-hand side. Without much ado, we'll move to item number 2, which is the readings of the 2025 Rules for Men's Parliament under the theme, A Better Man for Tomorrow. Honorable members, the rules of procedure for the 2023-25 Men's Parliament are as follows. When the Speaker's procession entered the legislature, as we have seen, all delegates were expected to rise, and all the rose until the Speaker reached the chair. The Speaker shall request the Assembly to observe a moment of silence, prayer and meditation. And you are also requested that you can use all official languages when you'll be addressing, including the sign language. Delegates called upon to make presentation shall be expected to take to the podium. All presenters are given 5 minutes, and there will be an exceptional case where there will be 8 minutes. After the presentation, delegates shall submit electronic or hard copies of their presentation to the table staff, the Secretariat, for further processing. While leaving the legislative chamber during the proceedings, delegates shall bow to the Speaker when they reach the door. The same shall apply when they re-enter the chamber floor during the proceedings. All delegates, both in the chamber and in the gallery, shall remain silent when the presentations are done. All presenters shall address the August House through the speaker. Presenters are not allowed to cross the chamber floor en route to the podium. You are not allowed to cross the chamber floor en route to the podium. You are allowed to come that way or that way. Delegates are forbidden from taking photos in the House. They are official photographers of the legislature. Delegates shall use acceptable language consistent with the decorum of the House. Delegates are expected to behave in a manner consistent with the decorum of the House. Upon adjournment of the proceedings, delegates shall rise and remain seated until the Speaker's procession has left the chamber. Chamber is also inside the demarcated lines. Those red lines that you see, only those that are within those demarcated lines are allowed to participate. Those of us who are in the gallery were not allowed to participate. I think, honorable members, the rules were very clear in terms of procedure, and I think we are all in order in terms of the rules of the House, and all participants have been informed yesterday or yesterday night in terms of their role. Now we move to item number 3, without much ado. Are there any motion without notice in terms of House Rule number 145? None. We move to item number 4. We shall now call upon Councillor Shinganga on behalf of the Executive Mayor of the District to make a welcome address. Councillor Shinganga, let's give him a round of applause. Can we direct Councillor Shinganga how to move? This side is honorable members. You should have moved that way, but it's fine. We'll pardon you for today. Can we give him a round of applause while he's approaching? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much, presiding officers, Honorable Matlow in particular, for affording me this opportunity. Program Director, members of Limpopo Provincial Legislature, honorable guests, traditional leaders, religious leaders, representatives of civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also our honorable speaker, Dr. Makurupezi Makoma Grace. Good morning. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this year's Men's Parliament, hosted here at the beautiful Garibo Leisure Lodge, one of the gems of Mopani District Municipality and also Greater Tzaneen Municipality. Madam Speaker, we gather in the place that truly reflects the spirit of Mopani District Municipality and Greater Tzaneen in particular. Peaceful, green, vibrant, and full of potential. Our district municipality remains one of South Africa's most beautiful tourism of destination. blessed with rolling mountains, warm people, and ever-growing economy. From the lush landscape of Makhuba's Kloof to the bustling street of Tzanini town, from our thriving agricultural sector to our growing hospitality industry, Mopani and Greater Tzanini in particular continues to show that it is not only a wonderful place to visit, but also a powerful place to invest, work, and build a future. As we gather here today, Madam Speaker, we reaffirm our commitment to unlocking even more opportunities that will create jobs, inspire innovation, and improve the lives of our people. Colleagues, as men, we must accept that we have a critical role to play in ending GBVF. We cannot stand silently when women and children live in fear. We cannot continue to make excuses. We cannot delegate this responsibility to other people. The fight against gender-based violence and femicide is our fight, and it begins with accountability, respect, and a change in mindset. It begins with the conversations we have with ourselves. It begins with the choices we make in our own homes. And it begins with the courage to challenge harmful practices and beliefs among our peers. Most importantly, it begins with how we raise our boys. The future men of this country will take their lessons from us. They will learn how to treat women by observing us. They will learn responsibility, compassion, discipline, and leadership from the examples we set. Let us raise boys who understand that strength is not violence, but restraint. That leadership is not domination, but service. That love is not control, but respect. As men, we also have a moral duty to uplift women in our families, in our workplaces, churches, communities, and institutions. We uplift women by creating spaces for them to lead. We uplift women by supporting their dreams, protecting their dignity, and ensuring they are safe, valued, and heard. A society that uplifts women is a society that prospers. Our municipality will go further when women and men rise together. Today's Men's Parliament gives us an opportunity to reflect, to challenge ourselves, to recommit to being better fathers, better sons, better partners, better leaders, and better men. I am confident that the discussions held today will move us forward as a community and strengthen our ongoing effort to build a safer, more equal, and more prosperous Mopani District Municipality for all. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Executive Mayor of Mopani District Municipality, I welcome you warmly to this important session. May today's dialogue inspire real action and lasting change. Program directors, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chingange, for welcoming us in the tropical paradise, in the food basket of Southern Africa. We really appreciate your presence on behalf of the Executive Mayor, Ntate Shai. Thank you very much. We will now move to item number 5. Without much ado, we'll go to the purpose of the Men's Parliament. We'll call upon the Chief Whip of the Legislature, a former leader of the trade union movement, a member of the Standing Committee on Quality of Life and Status of Women, Youth and People with Disability, Honorable Mukhwanyana, to come and give us the purpose of the meeting. Can you give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Speaker of our legislature, Honorable Dr. Makoma Makurubeji. Greet the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mokone, and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, to Honorable Mokone. Honorable Ngoweni, the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Monama, the MEC, Ntate Maseko, standing on behalf of the Premier. I'm told that we are not acting, we are just standing on behalf of the Premier. So I do not want to make that mistake also. Honorable members of the Limpopo Legislature present here, and our esteemed guests and delegates to this important gathering today. It is our singular honor to outline the purpose of this event, which is meant to lobby men, which is to lobby men towards the crusade towards the attainment of an equal society. The truth, Presiding Officer, is that the fortunes of the social order have always been tilted in favor of men throughout the world and marginalized women in the process. If we are to win this battle, we must start by acknowledging this irregularity. As a generation that draws its inspiration from Oliver Tambo, Thomas Sankara, Thabo Mbeki, and a litany of other gender activists who understood that the integration of women in all sectors of society is not an act of favor. On the occasion of the attainment of the revolution of his people in the Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara argued that, and I quote, "As long as women are kept in the conditions of subjugation imposed in the course of centuries by various systems of oppression, the revolution means nothing. This pursuit of equality is no act of benevolence, but it's about creating a system where the playing field is leveled." Sitting here today, we all agree that we have gained some form of favor or the other by virtue of being men. Masculinity has naturally placed us in an enviable and gainful position, which we fed better than our female counterparts. Our call to action to fight against patriarchy and all forms of gender inequality draws its strength from the Freedom Charter, which was unflinching in its quest for the creation of an equal society. We are indeed to the memory of Mesaradi Brain, Charlotte Manyamakeke, Gertrude Sope, Mamliti Yakomape, Khojiradi Madinoga Kholoko, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and the 20,000 women who joined the 1956 Women's March in Pretoria to fight a system that had rendered them as semi-humans in their own country. This gathering, Presiding Officer, coincides with the colossal festivities to mark the 16 days of activism against the abuse of women and children. This period is marked by countless activities meant to heighten the fight and campaign against the abuse and killing of our women and children. Government has also joined the background in in this fight and has also passed legislation meant to intensify this clarion call. The President of the Republic, Honorable Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, has declared gender-based violence and femicide as national disasters according to the Disaster Management Act of 2002, which is a clear demonstration of our determination to end this monster. We will use the might of our oversight arsenal over government departments to ensure that they do not renege on the gender equity targets that have been set for them. It should agitate us as legislators that all sectors of the economy are male-dominated, while women continue to be the face of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. It is therefore, Chair, for this that we will do everything within our powers to push government towards the attainment of this evasive goal. Therefore, Chair, we convened this Parliament in terms of Rule 118 in our rules and orders of the legislature for us to come and debate about what our role should be in society. As I go and sit down, Honorable Mokone, who is the chair of chairs, told me to deliver. Or Yamathomo Ertsandre Tomekayona Gore, Arien Komeng, Scatara, Shecher Leva Bagolona, Carta, very missile Logidinchi, Artomeo Tomango Tanka, circumcision season, Vice Ring, Renamering, Ertale Felicage.
Hai watawakata Dr. Selani utaiwetela matsogo kulukulu re bule ka mother chief bi zole abilo munu ikense sunene lo lava ku ngwana chucheka ku ri ndimi ngwana ya tirisiwa haleni ikense sunene ku byela nkoka wa nhlangano wa nyamuntlha ina themba ku hisitweni ku nwanuna wa njhani hi ta twa ka n'wina ngopfungopfu laha mi ta ku participateni ku ri nwanuna wa ntiyiso n'wanuna wa njhani hinkwenu swinene ra leboha byi dwate ke ya tshepa baloveli ke ya leboha re ka se tšee nako re taya mo item number 6. We'll go straight to item number 6. Go kry-a molaetša wa tlhotlheletšo, message of support o mongwe wa rena yo e leng gore o be a tsebe ka kudu mo sephodiseng kudu mo tikologong ya Mopani o re bekile mengwaga le mengwaga mo tikologong ya Mopani a ba buša a feleletša e le seboledi sa South African Police Service yena e le go retired colonel Ntate Motse-Ngwepe gore ba tle ba re fe molaetša a re ba bethele magosi ba ntse ba etla keng. Ntate Ngwepe. Betha matsogo fitela ba fitla keng a re bethe matsogo e be jalo ka diboledi ka moka ga tsona e ba ba go fika ba fika haleng nko.
The Honorable Speaker, distinguished members of legislature, community leaders, fellow men gathered here today, Towel, Abshi, Dumachirun, good morning, Huyamore. My words of support, I have termed it as Banna Khoro. Banna Khoro. Honorable Speaker, we meet here under the solemn responsibility of addressing one of the gravest crises facing our nation. That is gender-based violence, femicide, and domestic violence. Honorable Speaker, this men's parliament is not a ceremonial gathering. It is a call to conscience, a platform for accountability, and a commitment to action. Gender-based violence and femicide are not isolated incidents, but they are a national emergency. Every statistic represents a daughter, a sister, a mother, wife, and a colleague whose life has been shattered. I want to repeat this sentence. Every statistic represents a daughter, a sister, a mother, a wife, or a colleague whose life has been shattered. As men, we cannot remain silent. Silence is complicit. We must confront the toxic norms, attitudes, and behaviors that perpetuate violence. Domestic violence destabilizes families, erodes trust, and undermines the very fabric of our communities. We must challenge the misuse of power and entitlement that fuels violence against women. Harmful stereotypes that equate masculinity with dominance must be dismantled. I want to repeat this, must be dismantled. While not excuses, these factors are often exacerbate violence behavior and must be addressed through social support systems. Too often, victims are silenced by fear, shame, or lack of support. We must create safe spaces for reporting and healing. Honorable Speaker, this Parliament must be a forum where men hold each other accountable, and not only in words, but in deeds. We must educate ourselves as men and others about healthy relationships, respect, and equality. We must work hand in hand with women, civil society, government, and faith-based organizations to eradicate gender-based violence and femicide. Every man here today must live as an ambassador for change in his family, in his workplace, and in the community he stays. Honorable Speaker, I pledge, it's me, Colonel Ngwepe, I'm taking a pledge today. I pledge never to commit, condone, or remain silent about violence against women and children. We must go and establish men's forums in local communities to continue dialogue and to action beyond this Parliament. We must advocate for stronger support systems, shelters, counseling, and legal aid for survivors. We will support legislation that strengthens protection, ensures swift justice, and rehabilitates offenders. We will mentor young boys to embrace respect, equality, and non-violence as core values. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, let us remember, true strength is not domination, but in protection, respect, and service. If we fail to act now as men, history will judge us harshly. If we rise to the challenge now, future generations will inherit a safer, more just society. May our deliberations today here ignite a movement of men who stand for peace, justice, and dignity for all. We commit to end violence against women and children, starting with ourselves. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Tateng wape la kwa gore ke le kgole le tšwang ba bolela tše eleng gore ba di tseba ra leboga molaetša mo botse. Without much ado, honorable members and colleagues and those who are in the gallery, we request that to maintain the decorum of this particular gathering. All of you who have got caps, you must remove them from your head except those that are meant for religious purposes. The gebisi zupoti ini ndringi simodana azugulu kamgazona gandele jelo dia bareji oyaga sijo sakereke re akgopela tswetswe nkamba kana mo ba ka bere gebisi kana mo gola ni gebisi ane mkala re a lebo lewile ku ntate ngwe. Without much ado, we'll go to item number 7. We shall now call upon honorable members of the legislature to move the first topic. And the first topic in terms of the order paper is 7.1, not in my name, a call for men to mobilize against gender-based violence and femicide, as said by Honorable Tatingwapi. Honorable members? Honorable Metle.
Thank you very much, Honorable Presiding Officers, Honorable Matlow and Honorable Nenguda, our Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makuri Peji, the Chief Whip, Honorable Mukhonyana, and the Deputy Chief Whip, and all the whippery, the Acting Premier, who's also the MEC for Sports, the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mukoni, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Ngoweni, the Chairperson of the Quality of Life, Honorable Mantata Mahasela, the Acting Mayor of Zaneni, Councillor Shingange, and all important guests and delegates, as well as invited and uninvited guests. Allow me, Chairperson, to introduce the topic, not in my name, a call for men to mobilize against gender-based violence and femicide as a topic that must be debated in this sitting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Secondly, Dr. Malawan.
Keleboa Program Director, Tatimatlo, ki hopela udula udimwa protocol ichichi boletwe. Ki mo uteha chichinyo e ringi singa liina laka khatlhanong lo watella basadi o ya ka bong le polao ya bona ke a leboga.
Re a leboga. Lagatima Michael, Doctor. Thank you very much. The item number 7.1 has been duly moved and seconded by the honorable members. Let's move to item number 2, 7.2. The topic there. Sorry, we can move now to the speakers list. Without much ado, my apology. We move now to the speakers list. On speaker number 1, not in my name, a call for men to mobilize against gender-based violence and femicide. We'll call upon Honorable Jim Lambo from the Moral Regeneration to take the podium. Honorable Lambo, can we allow him to come to the podium? Can we give him a round of applause? And your time is 5 minutes, and it starts now.
Greeting, honorable members. My name is George Mlambo. The theme is Better Men for Tomorrow. Our problem, gender-based violence and femicide, alcohol and drug abuse, unequal power relation between men and women. We need women forum in our community in order to address the issue of violence, where women will have a platform to step in and feel free and safe to speak about gender-based violence and seek solution. Develop an action plan that will have positive impact and interrupt violence and femicide. This forum must be funded by the Department of Social Development in order to be sustainable and achieve its aim. Churches and religious organizations, leaders of religious organizations must not only teach about the Bible and kingdom of God, but also highlight the social ills in churches, guide youth spiritually against drug and substance abuse, and teach the youth to respect their counterparts. Engage coaches in all sporting codes to educate and become instrumental in teaching the youth while they are in their development care and preparing them to become a future superstars. We also need NGOs that will come up with a program of educating, in particular men with bad mind, where men feel threatened by women for what it means women are taking control and power, including freedom from the men. That's why men resort to violence. So our government must partner with these three organizations and help them in their program that will be measured on a yearly basis in order to see progress related to these social ills. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ndadi Mulambo. Quite progressive. You saved us around 2 minutes, 30 seconds. That is good. Honorable Speaker, I'm doing as you always do. I'm copying from you. Thank you very much, Ndadi Mulambo. Without much ado, we'll call upon Honorable G. Mashilu, Mgalagona Men's Slate, to come and give us a word. You've got your 5 minutes. Let's give him a round of applause. Ati mazoa wati ati. Kialoboga, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I greet you all in this house, especially the leadership, the Honorable Speaker, and all that are here. As it's been mentioned that I'm L.G. Mashilo, I'm from the Men's Relate in Mogalakwena. It is our great pleasure and privilege to be part of this great event. The event itself reminds me of the scripture from the Holy Bible, the book of Hebrews 13, verse 7, which reads thus: remember your spiritual leader who spoke the word of God to you. Consider the outcome of their way of life and imitate their faith. This verse encourages us as men to learn from those who came before us and to honor their legacy. And I'm saying this, and I hope that all men are here. We are going to church and listen to the scriptures. Banna ba gesho re na le moshomo o mogolo. Ke bolela se go bane le lena le a bona lefase le mogopolo ya batho e fetogile. Ana se se lwalang ke mogopolo wa motho, ha se motho himself. The first King 2 read us. When David was about to die, he called his son Solomon and gave him his last instruction. He said to him, my time to die has come. Be confident and determined and do what the Lord your God orders you to do. Obey all his laws and commands as written in the law of Moses, so that whenever you go, you may prosper in everything you do. Madam Speaker, Fathers, the scripture tells us to have time to sit down with our children, especially boy child, and show them that life is what you make of it, no matter the circumstances. Bana ba gešo monna wa maikarabelo o tlhokomela lapa la gae ebile wa le fepa ha le tlhokofatse gobane go na le go ba gona go le go bosha monna ha a be a isiwa tshimong ya Edeni o ba isetswa maikarabelo go šoma ka thata le go tlhokomela tse ka moka monna na le maikarabelo a gore a di tlhokomele. And maikarabelo a rona is very simple. Is to look after your family. Love your family. Love your children. Show them the direction of life. Ke maikarabelo. Ntate Mokgonyana ba eme fa. He said mouthly. Gore re rute bana ditsela le tlhompho because ho lebeletše baswa ba rena ba sana tlhompho. Mara e sa le maikarabelo a rena ba ka batswadi ba ka bo papa go tšea ngwana wa moshimane ka letsogo wa mmontšha tsela ya bophelo wa mo ruta tše tla reng ha o robetse o tlhokofetse a di tšea phela ka tšona a phediša le ba bangwe ka tšona. Bjale re makatswa ke maitshwaro a banna go bolaya basadi le bana bao ba swanetšeng go ba tlhokomela. A meaningful life is not being rich, being popular, being highly educated, or being perfect. It is about being real. A real person live a real life. Being humble and to share yourself and touch the life of others. Today's mission, as men today,
In conclusion, 30 seconds left.
is to go out and teach, and all the message must go to the people that you are living with. Maloba heberle kwa hamasemula Dr. Aaron Motswaledi said banna ka moka yemelelang ba sa di dulang fase. A re rena banna re tsamaya re a kontle kwa re tšea malwetse banna basadi ba re letetse ba dutse ka malapeng ra tswa re a rwele rato a rolola mo go bona. A re banna o ba fumana plekeng tše pedi fela taverneng le stadiumong mo sa ba humaneng ke ka kerekeng le ditleliniking banna ha re o checka malwetse ya rena go ditleliniking. Ke a leboga.
Re a leboga a re ba betela matsogo. Era gore molaetša o mogolo wa Dr. Motswaledi kwa getše go tloga re leboga setšhaba se kwele banna ba eme metsotso ya lekane lesome re a leboga ka mmogo le motatša presidente wa Afrika Borwa ba re ba eme ka maoto metsotso e lesome. Ke a leboga. Re tla ya go seboledi sa boraro Honorable S. Milambo bona ke ba section 27 le bona re ba fa metsotso go lekana e metlhano 5 minutes. Let's give him a round of applause if we are approaching the podium. Your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Matlo and Nenguda as presiding officers of today's sitting. Honorable Speaker and all invited delegates. I'm Solanga Solim Lambo, the former Limpopo Provincial AIDS Council co-chair. I'm currently within Section 27. The theme of today, as it says, better men for tomorrow. Not in my name, a call for men to mobilize gender-based violence and femicide. I will be speaking under the 4 topics. Challenge toxic masculinity. We call on men to be actively unlearn and challenge harmful ideas of masculinity. The issue of real men don't cry, it doesn't work. Speak up and intervene. Section 27 is calling men not to remain silent about sexist jokes, inappropriate comments, or any form of abuse. Silence is seen as an agreement, so say no to GBV and femicide. Listen to and believe survivors. When someone discloses abuse, our primary response as men should be to listen, believe them, and offer support, not to question or blame them. Educate yourself and others. We encourage men to learn about consent, healthy relationships, and gender inequality, and share this knowledge with friends, family, and peers. Be a positive role model. As men, let us demonstrate respectful and equitable behavior in your home and community, especially to young boys, by sharing household tasks and engaging in positive parenting. Honorable Speaker, let me take you back to Genesis 1 verse 27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Which means, as I'm standing as man, there is a woman inside me. So how can I persecute someone who is out of me? Again, Honorable Speaker, let me take you to Genesis 2 verse 23, and we heard what Adam said. After he has put in a deep sleep, he said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man." Tani vavanuna a hi twisiseni ku n'wansati I huma aka hina. Se loko ni xanisa wansati ni le ku ti xaniseni mina n'winyi. Se swi lava ku twisisa eka dyondzo leyiwa. In closing, Honorable Speaker, as Section 27, we are calling men from all the communities of Limpopo and beyond to uphold and protect human rights, and more specifically, women and children's rights. Loko ni melanwa, I'm a living testimony. Kuswa koteka ku uteka baji ra wena uma u famba hi kurhula. U nga vavisanga munhu, u nga dlayanga un'wana. I'm living today. You can look at me, I'm healthy and I'm well because I chose to move out, not to go to jail or to be buried. So I'm calling you, come and we will chat and I'll tell you the medication of it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Your old time, you can see. Hey, wangani khala emibonini man. Hey. Ya no manana speaker emfonini ko ihlangana la nyamuhla. Inkomo iKensinta Mlambo. Without much ado, and you saved us around a minute, 39 seconds. Let's go to item number 4, Honorable Nkwashu, who's zone NGO. Now we know we 5 minutes. Honorable H. Nkwashu. Aba belema wako fika wafika leni. 5 minutes zangu na sungula swish. Go.
Inkomu namsheweta kialidumerisa kialilocha nda. Good morning. Niya bula topic kume answer topic ya not in my name. A call for men to mobilize against gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of legislature, distinguished guests, and fellow Limpopo, men, I greet you all. Today's topic, not in my name, a call for men to mobilize against gender-based violence and femicide, is not just a slogan, but it is a commitment, a declaration that violence against women and children will not happen in our presence, in our home, in our community. These discussions aim to encourage men to contribute their views in shaping the national discourse on ending violence against women and children. For too long, GB has been as a women's issue, yet men are often the perpetrators. The responsibility to change the narrative must begin with us, men, today. This topic challenges us to reflect, to speak out, and to take a stand. It calls on us to influence positive behavior in our homes, institution, workplace, and broader society. We raise this topic because gender-based violence has reached crisis levels in South Africa. Every day, families are destroyed. Every day, a woman and a child become a statistic. This cannot continue. Recently, GBV has been classified as a national disaster in terms of Section 23 of the Disaster Management Act, Act number 57 of 2002. Engaging men is a dialogue. Engaging men in dialogue is critical. When men speak openly, challenge harmful norms, and advocate for safe communities, we move closer to eliminating GBV. We must become visible champion of respect, accountability, and positive masculinity. Government, NGOs, traditional authorities, and youth organizations are implementing awareness campaign, GBV action plans, men's forum, and community dialogue, men's imbizos. Support services for survival and available through social development and local partners, but these efforts alone are not enough. What improvement are needed? We need more programs that focus specifically on men and boys. Human rights, we call it human rights clubs. We must strengthen behavior change initiative. Expand mental health support for men. Mental health support for men. Because and increase economic empowerment programs. Collaboration must improve between government, communities, churches, traditional and civic society. How should solutions be approached? Solutions must be community-driven and evidence-based. They must be inclusive, culturally sensitive, and grounded in accountability. Men must be example in their homes, in their circle of friends, and in society. When should this happen? And what is the agency? The agency is now. We cannot wait for another tragedy to happen so that we can act. In short term, we must intensify awareness of that dialogue. In medium term, we must roll out structured programs targeting boys, young girls, and fathers. In long term, we must transform social norms that allow violence to thrive. In conclusion, honorable members, let us declare with fire in our hearts. Let us declare with fire in our hearts that not in my name, in our line, in the sand. Not in my name will a woman be silenced. Not in my name will a child live in fear. Not in my name will violence be normal. Let the Limpopo men become the province where men rise, not in anger, but in healing. Not in dominance, but in responsibility. Not in silence, but in courage. For the women we love, for the children we watch, for the children who watch us, for the generation yet to come. Amanda, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. At least you took an extra 13 seconds. Thank you very much for all the participants in terms of the first topic, not in my name, a call for men to mobilize against gender-based violence and femicide. We'll now move to item number 7.2, and we'll request honorable members, those that will be moving, item 7.2, and those that will be seconding on 7.2. Honorable members, that is men and a healthy living style, a campaign for men to be proactive in issues pertaining to their health, as well as their role in the reduction of the continuous spread of HIV and AIDS. That is item number 2. Can we get the mover? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Presiding Officers, Honorable Matlo, and Honorable Nenguda. My name is Esther Mokwele. Presiding Officers, allow me, in the interest of time, to stand on the established protocol. And I'm here to present a motion for consideration, which says men and healthy living style, a campaign for men to be proactive on issues pertaining to their health, as well as their role in the reduction of the continuous spread of HIV and AIDS. And we so move, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukwele, for moving. Can we get a seconder? Honorable Machumani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and greetings to you and also to Honorable Nenguta. I'll also write in the protocol that has been observed. I hereby second the presentation made by Honorable Mukwele. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The item 7.2 has been adopted by the House. And can we move now to the speakers list? On item on number 1 on the speakers list is Honorable R. Mamabolo, Father of the Nation. Can you kindly give him a round of applause while they're approaching? Honorable Mamabolo, Kolewere Atar, Mshato Mgol, Mtuzuke Mikal, Itoma Onayual.
Is it fine? Tobela, good morning. Kialelocha, Kinara Tabengola Mamabolo. I'm not going to take even those 5 minutes. I think I'll be very brief. HIV, the reduction of the spread of this virus. I'm so passionate about it because Makurupeche, I'm 29 years down the line since I've tested HIV positive. I'm taking my medication, I'm fine, and thanks to our government. I would like to show some few statistics. The stats shows us that approximately 8.15 million people in South Africa, the population, are HIV positive. 12% of the entire population is positive. 18% of the infected are between the ages of 15 and 49. And 81% of a decrease of death, of mortality rate. When we first started, 1995, when we were tested, the mortality rate was above 60. Now it has reduced by 81% because of the Pilisjerin. What worries me we've got support groups of people living with HIV in almost all the health facilities. But as I go around in the Capricorn district, clinic and I get 10 men, 10 ladies and 1 man. So I'm becoming worried. Where are the men? And I give one about why don't worry about makwapeni everywhere. And Reina Banna, talking about is that Basadi Barena as a test kit. Because Raijua clinicking, especially young men, Raijua clinicking maybe for pregnancy test. Raboya are bareki sharp, urki sharp, what's your brain? The results. Go get yours. Because these things are like fingerprints. Yours, so I encourage you, man. I hope our leaders here, they organize something, sa test, murika test and automally, is the issue of the impact, the taking away of the funds, US aid. What are you doing about it? Because people cannot work, but programs, they are collapsing. People by the world really and they were coming out. They are now no longer there because our sana defines. So we request you, our leaders, to go get tested in Dramatomo and get us funds. Thank you very much.
Item number 2, Honorable K. Chauke, Limpopo Provincial Men's Sector. Now we have Nkanu. 40 million zulu kubatali. Aba beli maboko. Aba beli maboko. Nkomo. Usungula Swiss 5 minutes I'm going to Chauke.
Honorable Speaker, greetings to the esteemed members, distinguished guests, fellow presenters. Let me take this opportunity to participate continually with what Honorable Mamabolo has already started with the topic, continuous spread of HIV and AIDS and its reduction. Today we are gathered here giving each other ideas just only to safeguard our families and our communities and our nation. The continuous spread of HIV and AIDS, and more importantly, our role as men in reduction new infection. More than 40 years since HIV has been discovered, the epidemic continuous affects South Africa, and especially I'm advocating for boys and for men. Despite medical progression, behavior patterns keep new infection high. We must acknowledge the difficult truths, more especially men remain central in both spreading and giving out solution. In our linkage to men, we have multiple partners and concurrent sexual partners, and that it is driven through social peer pressure, and we happen not to use protection. Low testing rates amongst men as we stated, that men are not testing in numbers, they are testing with their partners, which is not needed. Resistant to use condom due to stereotypes and reduce it reduces pleasure and imply in mistrust. Gender-based violence and unequity power dynamics, which reduce women's ability to negotiate safer sex. Silence and shame and strong man mentality, prevention of men seeking help. This behavior are not a reflection of failure, but a reflection of a system that has not held men accountable and nor supported them effectively. Positive shift must be advocated. Today's must be embody responsibility and safety and health consciousness. We must shift from part of the problem and being part of the leaders of making sure that we have solutions. This requires concrete action, is to encourage regular HIV tests, to promote condom use and safer sex, support medical innovations. We do have PrEP, pre-exposure prophylaxis. We do have PEP, which is post-exposure prophylaxis. We have ARVs that are being taken on a daily basis, just only for us to prevent the spread of HIV. We've got voluntary medical male circumcision that it reduces chances of us being infected. These tools are to reduce infection in men and use it constantly. The challenge is harmfully in masculinity. Men must speak openly. Men respect partners. Consent to go and test and have responsibility. Ending gender-based violence. A strong man protects, listens, and chooses responsibility. Strengthening community leadership. It is mentoring boys, create safe space, and be honest, create honest conversation, support community health campaigns, engage churches, schools, and workplace. And when men lead, we must be there. Our responsibility is to make sure that I'm engaging in this parliament, that no young boy grows up believing that risky behavior defines manhood. No partner is exposed to infected because of men refuses to change. No man suffers in silence because society told him to be strong and not to talk out. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, when we have ourselves get tested regularly, it gives courage to the others. We must have men forums in all our departments. All local and districts should be supported in conducting men's parliament. Office of the Speaker should help us launching provincial boys parliament. We should have budget allocated for men's programs. It's not supposed to be this today. We must have organizations that are supporting men's program to be funded in our government. We must protect our partners. We speak openly. We challenge harmful practices, and we lead as an example as men. Finally, a safer South African begins with responsible men. The fight against HIV and AIDS will be won when men take full responsibility for their action and choices. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's move to item number 3, Honorable Makubedu. Honorable A. Makubedu, Baojo Fedusa. Is the time, let's give him 5 minutes. Can you give him a round of applause? Let's give him space to move out. And a round of applause. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thobela, Honorable Speaker, Thobela, Honorable members of the parliament, Thobela, fellow presenters, Thobela, the citizen of this province. FEDUSA is a federation of trade unions. My portfolio is a provincial training education convener. As FEDUSA, we believe that education is the best key to succeed as a country, as a province. We acknowledge the Department of Health in this province by distributing condoms in the previous financial year. We also acknowledge the Department of Social Development for hosting men's conference. We also acknowledge the Deputy President of this country to launch a Better Man for Tomorrow. Those are the 3 initiative programs that we appreciate. But the reason why I am here is that we are expecting the following things to take place as far as HIV and AIDS is concerned. Maybe let not me talk about the percentage, but talks about real numbers. In this province, in 2017, we had 580,000 positive citizens of this province. Now there's a drop. In 2022, statistics tells us that there's a drop of 10,000. So there's 570,000. Now the question is, where is this 10,000? Are we working on top of them, or where are they? It's a research that needs to be taken further to say, are we really reducing or are we losing the loved ones? Now it's clear that HIV and AIDS, it's a challenge. But what is expected from men is to take responsibility for their sexual health. I'm just going to give an example. I was sitting to my colleague there. He's a young boy, but he's a doctor. I said, I visited my urologist, and there were 5 men sitting there, and I took out my pills and say, can I see yours? They disappeared, all of them. The one was answering a phone, the other one went to the loo, you know. I left, I was alone, and the doctor said to me, you are chasing away my clients. You know why? Because we don't share as men. That's the challenge. We don't share. Women share. In their bags, they share. They take out yellow, green, and test on the same time to say, can I have the yellow one? We could not do it. It was only myself. So I challenge men to say, let's talk about our challenges. The very same status of HIV and AIDS. When you go into a taxi, I'm calling the taxi organization to say, the taxi drivers must declare, I'm a taxi driver, but I'm HIV positive. You must know these things so that you protect this person when he faces a challenge. When he's involved in an accident, you must know you've got the risk and assist our brother. As FEDUSA, we are saying, let's develop and adopt ngwana mogaisane. Are adopting ngwana mogaisane. We know as far as that we are absent. But we love to wherever you go. In Capricorn, you've got one. In Vembe, you've got one. In Skukun, you've got one. But you are not there. Those who are there, let's sponsor this program in this province. Adopt ngwana moagisane. When you go and test, I've got 2 boys. When I go to the doctor, they are the ones who are driving me there. You know why? I sit with them, with my doctor, so that they understand the chronic that the father is going through. So as FEDUSA, we are saying, fathers, just lead. Don't go there alone. Go with your son. Don't go there alone. Go with your adopted child.
As we conclude.
Thank you very much. When we conclude, education. We are saying to all trade unions, all NGOs, all taxi organizations, during your conferences, we know men are leading, raise the issue of HIV and AIDS and give statistics so that people should be educated. Thank you very much, the Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we're moving to item number 4. We're doing good on time. Honorable M. Malepe, for Greater than any means fora. Arbabatila Mazo, Veniraye. Tadi Malepe, Arbabatila Mazo, Balarva Sata. Tuzolne mitani yato.
Tobel. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and every guest and distinguished guest here. Nagin Nama Lepe Mishak from Greater Zanen Men's Forum. I'm going to speak to men and healthy living style. Beginyaga wencha more, a healthy man equals a healthy father, a healthy husband, a healthy brother, a healthy uncle, and a healthy grandpa. So for us to say a man is healthy, the man must be psychologically, physically, emotionally, and physiologically healthy. So we spoke a lot about HIV, which I want to deviate a little bit because men's health is not only about testing for HIV. Let's talk about mental health, which is one factor in because more gender-based violences because of most men are psychologically unstable because they are stressed, they are depressed, and their decision-making span is limited when coming to social ills. Generally, we say factors of healthy living style, key nutrition, balanced diet, physical activity, rest and adequate sleep, managing stress, and periodic medical assessment. So allow me to say, in my organization, Greater Zanen Men's Forum, our key responsibility is to raise a boy child and mold one into responsible human beings. I will move to some challenges. Di kosa banna or babe unstable psychologically or babe bad health habits. Number one, kinyaga wencha more the logedi are correlating. One of the factors where you can even suspect or the amanaga gudule health but they are actually the root causes of mental health. Number one, unregulated spaza shops whereby illicit drugs and illicit food products and illicit cigarettes are being sold. We make a call to SAPS and government to at least intensify patrol and regulations with regard to local spaza shops. We understand that our local spaza shops now are regulated maybe just by mere registration, but we appeal for the government to at least intensify when coming to monitoring. We have got a lot of counterfeit alcohol, yellow causa liver failure and renal failures amongst the men. And then renale kito tacha fela mula the infectious diseases with regard to HIV and TB. We are engaging in casual sexes when we are drunk or when we smoke the products. At the end of the day, our regular clinic reload check you are check HIV which is very wrong. The most peaceful sleep or the most peaceful night will come after when you come back to the clinic, from the clinic, which you test about whether you are HIV negative or you are HIV positive, but you can be able to be treated and control the viral load so that you cannot transfer the virus to the next human being as a wife or as a life partner. So, renale, other things with regard to men's health, body prostate cancer. We appeal to our government to at least train more health practitioners like nurses, doctors, and other stakeholders to at least perform some screening when coming to prostate cancers. So that once a person has a consulting room, the whole package. And then we also make appeals to government to at least hire more staff, because at the clinics and hospitals, because of the shortage, maybe the whole line, it was go one consulting room. Then you are pushed to at least to spend 3 or 5 minutes with the patient. At the end of the day, you feel like we ignore some of the important key rules as a healthcare practitioner. Mental health can be can result from these coming factors. Number one, unemployment, financial and social stresses. Unemployment. At least because we've got a lot of qualified people because qualifications. And then hallucinate. Psychiatric institutions, they are overflowing, and the numbers and it's because of unregulated spaza shops. Our local patrollers have support the financial injections. There are all the activities. Mandatory or at least the co-childbirth. The fathers have opportunity to paternity test, because it's one of the leading causes of femicide in South Africa. Because once you realize you have been maintaining a guy who will not 30 years to Michigan University, the next thing you lose it, and then just pay to say as a summer labor. At least the intensive investigation when coming to fabricated rape cases and short-lived marriages, for financial gain. Thank you.
Item number 5, we're still doing good on time. Dr. D. Mkombo, Ojuago Kosatu, the one of our families is Mitano, or Batava Rafapulel, Arba Mato, Arba Fem Mato, Arbaita. It's all night trauma on a
Afshan Watlon Pig. Hi. With Rome, Dr. Decent Junior Mkombo. I'm a medical officer here at Letaba Hospital. I'm here as a delegate of COSATU. I'm the North Branch Secretary for Samatu, an affiliate of COSATU. And my topic is men's response to HIV and AIDS and its reduction. Very difficult to speak after the previous speaker, eh? So, in terms of HIV, we know South Africa has the highest population of people living with HIV worldwide. And most of them, unfortunately, are women. Why though? Women test more often. They have more opportunities to test, whether it be when they're going for contraception, whether it be when they're going for childbirth, or whether it be due to less stigma for women to seek healthcare. We do know that men have poor health-seeking behaviors. And thus, women take treatment better and they're more adherent than men. Maybe that also has a cultural connotation to it. What's the result of that? They live longer than men. Men test less, and when they find out, that's when they're very ill and they're dying. This is what we see on a daily basis. In 2016, the Joint United Nations on HIV and AIDS set out a goal for 2020 to say 90% of people who live with HIV should know their status, 90% should be on treatment, and 90% should be virally suppressed. Guess what? It failed. By 2020, only 81% were aware, 67 were on treatment, and 59 were virally suppressed. And they set out a further ambitious 95, 95, 95 to say by 2030, 95 should know, 95 should be on treatment, and 95 should be suppressed. That will fail. Sorry for sounding so cynical, but in the setting where I work, I am faced with the reality that we are in a failing health system. The health system is a very labor-intensive system, it's a very labor-intensive sector. Earlier this year, I was unemployed for 3 months, and I led the strike in Polokwane for unemployed doctors on behalf of my union. Today, I still have friends who are unemployed. So the leaders in this room, the leaders greater in this society, cannot say that they're serious about the eradication of HIV when you have highly skilled labor that could help, that is sitting at home. The political climate that we're in, where the foreign aid that was helping us, even though it was not by a great majority, but it was helping in terms of the voluntary male medical circumcision, pre-exposure prophylaxis, community outreach, and things of the sort, that being withdrawn does not help at all. And in response to that, what happens? They cut the overtime for the doctors. Here where I work in Lidaba, the clinical manager even had to resign because he saw that what is going on cannot be resolved by the leadership measures taken by the people above him. And we even have further challenges posed by the implementation of, or the plan to implement the NHI without actual consideration of the people who will be the workforce in it. We see that there's a lack of fund. I'm trained in the University of Limpopo. I graduated as the youngest medical doctor in the country. But there was nothing of substance that was being done to say what is happening in our province and what can we do to change the material conditions of our province. Communities even resorted to striking. Just last week, there was a strike at Letaba Hospital. The community are saying that we are not receiving help, and there's nothing we can do. We are there as doctors doing the best that we can, but there's only so much we can do as one person and 1,000 people coming to see you on a week basis. And we see the lack of effectiveness of awareness campaigns. We need to effectively communicate to the men as the leadership. The role of leadership is to speak to the laymen to say, this is what you need to do to get these outcomes. And if we don't speak to them, we can't expect them to make the changes necessary. Look, there's a silver lining in all of this. There's a medication called lenacapavir. You might have heard Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi speak of it. 6-month injection, you take 2 pills the day after, and it can help, in the prevention of transmission of HIV. But until we make bold decisions to help the condition of the people, all we can do is hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. You saved that around 37 seconds. We really appreciate for the presentation. And be rest assured, Kolo, be rest assured, Doctor, be rest assured, Dademalepe, as the presiding officers, when we get out here, I'll be the first one to go and test. I'll be the first one to go and get a test. Thank you very much for the topic and the presentation. I'll now hand over to my colleague, Honorable Nengoda, to continue with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, Honorable Matlo. And greetings once more to our Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Chairperson of our Standing Committee, MEC on behalf of the Premier of the Province, Honorable Maseko, Honorable Members, Delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Dimasiare. Our third topic of the day is men's role in the economic value chains, political and social life discourse, inclusive of women. And according to our speakers list, the first person will be Honorable Matovela on behalf of Santaco. Therefore, as I've already introduced the topic, I shall now call upon the Honorable Member of the Legislature to move the third topic, which I've just mentioned, which is men's role in the economic value chains, political and social life discourse, inclusive of women.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable
the presiding officers, Honorable Matlo and Honorable Nenguda, for the opportunity. Maybe in the sake of time, I rely on the protocol already established. I rise to move that the House consider and adopt the topic as the motion for debate in this House. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nechpepe. Any seconder? Recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Neguda and Honorable Matlo, presiding officer. The name is Honorable Mapula Letswalo. I rise to second the mover who moved on 7.3 men's role in the economic value, claims political and social life discourse inclusive of women. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litswalo. And according to our speakers list, the first speaker is Honorable Elma Tovela, who is here on behalf of the South African National Taxi Council, Santaco. Let's put our hands together once more as we will be ascending the stage. Honorable Matovela, you are allocated 5 minutes only. I thank you. The floor is yours.
And all honorable members, good morning. Oh, thank you. Honorable Speaker of the Limpopo Legislature, Dr. Moko Mamakuru-Peche, honorable members, all invited guests and delegates, receive my salutations. I'm going to speak on a title that says, A Call for Collective Action on Women's Economic Exclusion. This representation aims to enable the legislature in pursuit of its obligations to build a national democratic society. We are gathered here in a session meant to facilitate public participation and ensuring the government is responsive to the needs of all citizens, including specific and marginalized communities. Yet to us as the South African National Taxi Council, this men's parliament is not merely a session, but an opportunity to echo our voice on the role men can play in advancing women's economic participation and inclusion. It is an opportunity because women are in essence the lifeblood of this nation, our entry point to this very complex thing called earth. However, the patriarchal system, which actually depends on the basic economic political system under which it exists for its success, and the resultant gender inequality it creates, has been implicated as the main or the root cause of socio-cultural challenges against women. Furthermore, poverty and substance abuse have been highlighted as the main cause of violence towards women. This resultantly led to the growing frustration emanating from men's inability to provide for their families. It has been observed that poverty and unemployment are disproportionately endured by females, making them vulnerable and exposed to risk of abuse and economic manipulation by their male providers. The legal framework in South Africa is pregnant with a number of measures, such as the National Gender Policy Framework, wherein its Chapter 4 emphasizes the need to establish a provincial machinery to drive women's empowerment and gender efforts at the provincial level. And the role that the Office of the Premier should play is clarified in that particular framework. The 50-50 national campaign in South Africa, it also talks to the disparity in decision-making positions by advocating for the equal representation of women. For that particular reason, structural, systematic, and cultural barriers have long hindered full participation of women in the economy, reinforcing gendered power imbalances and limiting career progression. The inclusion of women in the formal institutions of the state and inclusion of the term gender equality in policy documents has not led to the redistribution of resources and power in ways that change the structural forces on which the challenges of women rest. The manifestation of this challenge can be seen at the high percentage of women that undertake low-skilled jobs, low-wage employment, women primarily serving as domestic labor, home-based care, and they consist This event should then help to set the tone and raises the bar for the entire provincial government. Acknowledging that the scale and size of the challenge that we talk to require a multifaceted approach, here below are what we regard as the possible main specific interventions. One, men to accelerate skills transfer in businesses, as well as skills development and the training for women in the economic cluster. Men to provide mentorship and leadership aiming at the inclusion of women. We must allow men to be major beneficiaries of the job fund. We must create a conducive environment for economic inclusion and participations. And we must accelerate the implementation of policies and legislation. We must resolve institutionalized sexism, which I will define or clarify or elaborate as this.
In conclusion, Honorable Member.
The unfair resource distribution and unequal opportunities. Allow me to say, we want to offer our appreciation to this August House, and we want to clarify that Santaco has resolved on a 30% quota for women inclusion in all leadership roles. Our position is women empowerment is necessary to prevent gender-based violence, but gender equality is an intrinsic value and right and instrumental in achieving economic growth and poverty reduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matovela, on behalf of the South African National Taxi Council. Our next speaker is Honorable T. Sikhala, who is here representing Moral Regeneration. Honorable Sikhala, the floor is yours. Can we put our hands together once more as Honorable Sikhala will be ascending the stage? Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
5 minutes for you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director, Speaker of Limpopo Province, Batokamuka Valelegorona, members of Executive Committee, all MECs, mayors and the councillors from the various municipalities. Ke a le dumedisa le nna. Yaka ke ne mahlatsa sa go bolela ka go testa le hono. Ke bontse gore mine is the role of the economic and values and change, political and social life and discourse of the inclusive for the women. My understanding of this theme is that whether women can work together seamlessly in the current and socio-economic and political environment. My answer sounding yes. Numerous groundbreaking strides are being made in a political and economic spheres. This, our beloved Limpopo province, is being led by a woman and surrounded by a man. Our national speaker is being headed by a woman. Just brought a few graduation programs at all universities and check how many female graduates are in the as well we are dominated by academic duty of a male. Banna le lena ka kwa kerekeng re a le kgopela. Re tla le botsisa pele gore le nyakang ge e tšhaya. Re badile Genesis go fišelela ka kutullo, bana ba e tseba, basadi ba e tseba, banna re batameleng re tla le ruta kutullo go fišela ka Genesis goba Genesis to Revelation. Re ba rutile bana le basadi ba re kwele. Pele banna go tshwane le meberekong. Re lekaneng re tseneng kereke go lekana se ka ra romela bana fela. In conclusion, just brought of graduation, some of the higher education institutions of the headed by the female and vice chancellors, our own constitution court is being headed by a woman with male judges supporting her. This example are testimony of the undeniable fact that men and women can work together in transform seamless manner. In ke sa bušeletša gape banna ba dira dilo tše ka moka, banna ba kgona dira dilo tše ka moka. Le bua kerekeng re a le hloka she go dira tše ka moka na ga tsona re di bolelago. Re tla botsiša pele ga e tšhae Archbishop Malambo gore na re ba feng pele gore ba kgone go tla. Thank you, Program Director.
Re a leboa moetapele moruti bo Sekgala. I want also to acknowledge other members of Moral Regeneration, Funzo Mamezi, Makuba and others. Thank you very much for being part of this very important debate. Our next speaker, according to our speakers list, is Honorable S. Siaruli, who is here on behalf of DEFSA. Honorable Siaruli. Honorable Siaruli, who is here on behalf of DEFSA, the Deaf Federation of South Africa.
Honorable Presiding Officer, can I get your intelligence that I think we have to move before the speaker can come and transact on the subject matter?
It's the same topic. We're still under men's role in the economic value chains. It's only that we amended the speaker's list. 8 minutes, Honorable. Thank you. You can start.
Firstly, to the members of the legislature, all protocol observed. My name is Simon. Siaruli is my surname. I stand before you as a proud deaf man representing the deaf community, and I'm being the voice of those that cannot be heard in the spaces like this, not only because they are silent, but only because the world doesn't listen sometimes. I like this theme of a long walk to growth, because we as deaf people in general, we've walked a very long road of barriers, but also of courage, hope, and determination. Growth doesn't happen only on comfort,
but it happens when we fight until we succeed. We fight for accessibility to break all barriers that we face as deaf men, as the deaf community. A lot of deaf people or deaf men are leaders in their families, in their communities, in their societies, in the economy. They participate a lot in the economy, but because of the challenges that we face, we are unable to show our true selves. There's lack of information due to accessibility, lack of job opportunities. Communication is forever a barrier for us as deaf men, as deaf people. Being a deaf person does not mean I'm not able to do anything. We are capable of doing everything that we can do. We can socialize, communicate, be part of the community, participate in economy as well. We have a lot of challenges as deaf men, which is why we are silent. We own businesses, we are leaders again in families, we have professions. We all have everything that every man has. We have the power to protect and to lead. We have the power to also encourage young men to build their future for the better. But all we need is accessibility. As you can see, we use sign language to communicate, but how do I communicate as a man if no one will listen to me? You may be listening, but you cannot hear what I'm saying. Challenges like access to health facilities, police stations, government institutions, and political organizations, and so forth. We are very empowered. We are very empowered. We really want to do better for this nation. We as deaf men have families as well. We want to grow as men, we want to grow as citizens of South Africa. We want to assist, build the nation, we want to assist, build the community. We as men can also be a part of those who stand proud in saying we have a better South Africa. Every deaf boy or young man needs a leader, and we are here to lead them to a better future. But without accessibility, without service from the government, without support from the government, we cannot be able to achieve what we want to achieve. We are also members of the society, and we want to represent our communities. We will continue pushing forward. We are the first steps, and we will continue taking steps until we make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Siaruli, representing DEFSA. And my apology once more for not having informed the Honorable House about the changes we made in terms, in terms of the program, that we have relocated Honorable Siaruli from topic number 4 to number 3. Our next topic is building a culture of men that are responsible and supportive to their families, leading to total elimination of divorce cases, children trauma due to absence of fathers, etc., etc. That is our next topic. And before we move to the speakers list, I shall now move for the adoption of the topic. Anybody to move? Anybody to move? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Presiding Officer. I, Bongani Nkonyane, therefore move that the House deliberates on a topic building a culture of men that are responsible and supportive to their families, leading to total elimination of divorce cases, children trauma due to absence of fathers, and all matters that pertain to that topic. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkonyane. Any second? Honorable Mdaka.
I, Champ Sipur.
Okay. I've recognized. Okay, you can proceed, Honorable Sipur.
Yeah.
Apology,
Thank you.
my apology, Honorable Mdaka.
I, Champ Sipur, ke me fa o thakata ba itlileng ka Honorable Nkonyane ya o aga setšo sa banna ba tlhokomelo go malapa a bona. Morero mogolo e le go kumula ka medu mathata a tlhalano le thopego ya bana ka baka la go tlhokega ga batswadi ba bona ba banna.
Thank you very much, Honorable Spuru. Just to remind honorable members, we are on building a culture of men that are responsible and supportive to their families, leading to total elimination of divorce cases, children trauma due to absence of fathers, etc. I therefore call upon our first speaker, Honorable M. Ramkhan. Honorable M. Ramkhan, on behalf of DPSA, Disabled People of South Africa. Can we put our hands together as Honorable Ramkhan will be ascending the stage? Honorable M. Ramkhan, the floor is yours. Once more, let's appreciate him as he ascends the stage. We really appreciate the disabled people of South Africa for being part of this very important debate. Honorable M. Ramkhan, you are allocated 8 minutes. 8 minutes. You may start.
Okay,
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Limpopo Legislature, honorable officials of Mopani District Municipality and greater municipalities of Mopani District, my fellow men, and even the women who have supported us, I greet you all. They have already stated the topic that I'm going to dwell on it. I am Matumi Lawrence Ramkhano, member of the DPSA, member of Mopani District Disability Council, and the chairperson of Greater Zanini Disability Council. As a man with disability who is blind, I feel proud to take part in this men's parliament. I'm going to concentrate on few areas. Mostly, I'm going to use my mother tongue in order to make my presentation. The first area that I'm going to start with is gender-based violence. I won't dwell much on it just because bashitshi ba boletše kudu ka yona, but nna ke nyaka go bolela something, especially women with disability. Sometimes we do get abusive languages from our partners and even our children. You mustn't be crossed where that we load and then we retaliate to an extent we low hammer your partner, even the children. For an example, I'm visually impaired. Not necessarily worried, they do call me those words. If you demand so many things because of my condition, you may find you are Christians. You just laugh and forget about those kind of things. Ranchi ikwasageng, rena ripilanga bolofati. We are relaxed. We are not independent. Each and everything, renyaga udirelwa. Linto elongore is very simple. You can do it. There are so many assistive devices we can use. Disability organizations, our municipalities, if we do request all those kind of things that they can help us to be independent in our families, they are provided. The thing here where the government is not providing, it is not true. Already kupedi. Already kupeleng rebe independent, reskatswenya the partners tarina at home. You can cook for yourself, you can do whatever you want, even though you are blind or any other type of disability. Another thing, mentorship, guiding our partners and even our children. Men or even Rena Baolofadi, Bawanna. Even though this one, I practice Rena Fela, we love to do it as men. Artushem Banabarina Kamishuma Dikolo, Etum. Arbatushem Kamishuma Dikolo because they need to be educated. Let's encourage our kids to take part in sports. Women, let's encourage our kids to take part in sports. I'm saying this not as a person with disability who is blind. I've got a netball club which is playing in the provincial league. They've got talent, just because I'm not saying they are not my kids. It takes a village to raise a child. Sometimes, even though most of us, we do depend on disability grants, we do not have disposable income in order to organize tours with our children, even our partners. This can help in order to alleviate these things of divorces and the like and so on. Because if you have taken a tour with a family, lilo refresher, lo tsusulecha lerato, anamole angwana. You can travel or you can tour as educational tourist, adventurous tourist, leisure tourist, eco-tourist. Le ya ka mo Kruger National Park and the like. Fortunately, in our area, yeah, Greater Zanin municipality, there are so many spots. You can travel with your family, even though you are a person with disability, for adventurous tourism. Another area, the one that it is very much important, we need to be empowered economically. Rena bagolofadi. Rena banna ba leng re phela ka bogolofadi. We need to be empowered economically. We need to be given an opportunity. Yamishomo, we must not be given only the opportunity at EPWP. We need to be empowered, recreate permanent jobs. Some of us really school, but we are not given opportunities just because we are persons with disability or we are people with disability. We need to give given opportunities, especially our government, to help us to establish small businesses so that if we thrive in these small businesses, we can be able to put bread on the table.
As you conclude, Honorable Ramkhano.
Hello? Okay.
As you conclude, Honorable.
Okay, no, thank you. As the man, if you don't have money or you don't have something to put on table, you'll experience some problems. That's why there are so many divorces, just because we can't provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramkhano. Thank you once more. Kardo veriba bandere zwanda musi vha tshi khou yo dzula fhasi. We really thank you. The National Council of Trade Unions is here, represented by Honorable Arngobeni. Honorable Arngobeni, please ascend to the stage. Honorable Arngobeni, representing the National Council of Trade Unions. Thank you, Honorable Arngobeni. You are allocated 5 minutes only. You may start. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the House, and all men that are here, Nzamilos. I'm here to speak under a topic, building a culture of men that are responsible and supportive to their family, leading to total elimination of divorce cases, children trauma due to absent fathers. The current speaker or the speaker before me spoke about the challenges that men face when they are not working. So I'm here precisely not to tell men what to do or not what to do, but to expose what are the consequences of our action. I'll start by saying possibly the most needed person today needed a good father, a father who listens, a father who cares, a father who prays, a father who just show up, a father who encourages. Now, the studies shows us that 40% of children do not live with their biological fathers, and it is estimated that 54% of fathers does not have a daily contact with their children. This studies further shows us that there is a correlation between children from absent fathers and youth crime, with significant portion of these prisoners being men. Study further shows that nearly 97% of prisoners are male, and half of those male never lived with their biological fathers.
They come from neither a child-headed family or a single mothers. Fathers, your absence on your children's life also is associated with school dropout. A child who starts school and their father is absent, there is 45% chances that he or she will drop out. Moreover, a child from single mothers are vulnerable to the use of substance abuse as opposed to a child who knows the father's love. A boy child who grew up in the absence of his biological father is most likely to consume alcohol by the age of 11 and the use of drugs much earlier. Half of children end up either in prison or mental health facilities. A girl child who grew up in absence of a biological father is mostly likely to fall pregnant before she completes matric. Fathers, what does this mean? It means that our absence contributes to crime. It contributes to school dropout. It contributes to substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, and mental illness. Now, it must start with us when we live here to go out there and find children that we have abandoned. Call them, talk to them, let them hear you tell them you love them. Listen to them, encourage them, and tell them you are proud of them. By so doing, you would have taken a step in emptying prison, stopping substance abuse, school dropout, and other social ill. Honorable Speaker, it must be punishable by law for fathers to abandon their children. Equally so, it must be punishable for mothers to deny men access to their children. Men, unless if it has become toxic, divorce should be a last resort. For some reason, most mental ill women are as a result of depression, and this depression emanates from divorce. Meaning, when we divorce women, a divorced woman has more chances of finding themselves at a mental institution. Now, as fathers, we have got a responsibility to eliminate these statistics. It means if we've got responsible fathers, we can manage to reduce crime. We can manage to reduce the usage of drugs. We can manage to raise responsible young men. In conclusion, building a culture of responsible and supportive men is important for strong families and more stable family. Honorable Speaker, Men Parliament should not be an occasional ceremony, but it has to be decentralized. It has to extend to our municipalities, village, township, so men have conversation about all of this. Ingati endle michinzu yokukula kule, kumbe manzela sansela abanongo, enkomo.
Akhensa msabiseki tatani ngobeni akhensa swinene. Our next speaker is Honorable Archisane on behalf of Chupayavanna Livasad. Chupayavanna Livasad. Honorable Archisane, the floor is yours. You are allocated 5 minutes only, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, members of Limpopo Legislature, our presiding officers, honored guests, representative of community-based entities. La ka leina ke Rapitso wa ga Tshesane. Ke hlamile mokgatlo o wa banna le ba thopa ya banna le basadi pele e bile thopa ya banna. Ge re dutse re tswela pele ra lemoga gore re tlogela bana ba rena ba bannyana morago. Ra boela morago ra re bomme re thušeng ba tla ba re thuša ra ba sopo sengwe ra thoma go šoma. Gabotsebotse we are an educational desk mo re kgonang go thuša setšhaba ka di awareness campaign. Mo ngwageng re kgona go dira di campaign tše di ka bago tše nne go ya ka peakanyo ya rena ya lenaneo la ngwaga. Re lebelela health, ra lebelela culture, ra lebelela tše dingwe tšeo di ka kgona go re thuša. Ke leboge Limpopo legislature ge ile yang ya mema gore ke tle ke kgathe tema mo tabeng ya kgoro ye ya banna. Banna ba gabo rena re na le bothata. Batho ba tsebago Sekgowa ba re Africa is burning. Goba South Africa is burning. South Africa is bleeding. And gore ke a lebelela e tshologa madi ka baka la seatla sa monna. E tshologa madi goba e a tuka ka baka la seatla sa monna. Go rang gore go ne bothata ba kgalebe ba ga borena. A re boele madulong a rena ao Modimo a re šogofaditšeng ka ona. To be the heads of the family. Now, motho yo mongwe le yo mongwe yo a belegwago o belegwa a na le semelo goba dimelo tšeo a belegwago le tšona. They say we must be responsible, accountable, a person of integrity. You are obligated, you are committed, you are self-reliant, you are self-disciplined. Monna Tsuku ukile are every boy child long to be mentored by his father. Every girl child long to be adored by her dad. That simply means are swareng bana ba rena ba bashimane go tele ba banyana. Selo se se ra goreng ge a ka gola a betlilwe gabotse ke rena botata go rena le go bomma go rena re tlo kgona go ba le setšhaba se se na go le maikarabelo a šupa gore jwale ka banna re ile ra kgatha tema mo tabeng ya go ba banna le basadi ka gore Modimo o re file gore re godiše bana ba re le ba babedi. Morena Ngobeni o fetša go bolela taba e nngwe e bohloko ya gore gantšintši re feleletša re dirile dilo tše se tšago tša loka tša go betha tša go bolaya tša go dira dilo tše ka moka ka baka la gore re tletše ka mo. A re thušaneng bomme le bontate re swareng bana ba ka matsogo re ba ruteng se le go tshwanelo ka gore ge re ka se eme in the next 5 years
12 seconds left.
ba bang ba bona ba tshwantse be e le baetapele gohle mo empa boetapele jo ba tabe ba botšere kae ba botšere gore rena batswadi ba rena a re emeng ka maoto re betleng bana ba rena gore e tlebe setšhaba se se kaone sa ka moso. Ke a leboga.
Ke a leboga Morena Archison wa Moemeliwa Tupaya Banna Libasat. Rena, hashtag no excuse. Hashtag no excuse. Honorable Dr. S. Malimela. Honorable Dr. S. Malimela, the floor is yours, Honorable Member. And time allocated is 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Honorable Dr. S. Malimela, you can ascend the stage. Thank you, thank you.
Thokozang, Tobel, ke a le dumedisha bagolo ba ka go ka ditulo tša lena go fapa-fapana ke re modimo a le tlhogonofatše ge re toga mo re ebe le lerato la go rata bana ba rena le malapa a rena le mešomo ya rena nna ke ngaka ya Sotho swantšho Malimela a mo hepore ke thakane le ena o ka re se ke thoma la boraro la bone ke tle mo today banna ba gona banna ba kwe ba re go fetša go kwa ba e ba dire banna ba kwe ba re go fetša go kwa ba e ba dire langwa mara building nna ke emetse mo building a culture of men that responsible to eliminate divorce. What is a culture? The manifestation of human achievement regarded to collectively, a way of life, lifestyle, tradition, heritage. Look at what I'm saying. Gani bjalo ke December lo ba le manyalo a la 2 minutes di divorce tša tšwela pele. Because basadi ba bantši ba sa rata banna ba bona ba rata se ba se swereng. Ge ba bona la o sane tšhelete ba toga ba ta go rena ke emetse no excuse ene ke ne le kepe ya ka ya bongaka ya bochairperson ba go emela mangaka ka moka a Polokwane ge le fetša go gakanega banna o ta kwa re ka ga ya go sa berekega ke bolela reality e ke kwele ke tsamaya le banna go thoma these 3 days ka ga ya go sa berekega mara ka ntle go a berekega ka baka la monnagano o imetše gore o imele ke dikoloto tše re ke teetšeng tšona because o ka se sele because o ka re ga bothata mara o ya ka nta ke ra ka se go botšiše gore why mara le yang kwana gane bjale le thakgetše le amogela manyalo a se beng ona a 2 minutes a ke ya December ka June next year ge re na re tšea banna re ba iša komeng ke divorce e se divorce ke eng monna o bolaele mosadi because ntho le ba e bona o ka re o itshwere o thoma go lwa ka yona o bona re tšhelete a e sa le gona ke bone o mongwe wa GD6 let me go there ke tlogele o ene rena ka re mangaka a Sotho gane le re rutegele ga eta go rena re fetšiša ntho ba e rake re no re dula le ena fa se ra bitša monna ra ba bušeletša banna tlogela go lesa bana le baganetša go a dikomeng mo feta ke bile le koma tšepedi ya ga molepo le ya kamo kutulutše bana ba go lekana 48 ba go ba le 16 years 14 years ba ba sa ka ba testiwa ba HIV positive a ke re le ya baganetša okay ge le gana go batiša kometša setšo ba išenyi se come do you get what I'm saying banna na kwa banna a re ke rateng a re tlogele go thoya bana ba ene divorce e thola ke gore ka mogaela thoma go sa boledišana enka mathomo e tamo ya bobedi ya boraro ya bone ya bothano e fetile mo ge o thoma go ithatša wa bolaya mara go ne le bophelo o ka no tlogela mosadi o le tše wa lebala gore o nobile how much wa lebala gore motsentšhe school wa lebala gore bana ba gage ba reela dipiomo ka baka la gago wa thoma new life wa phela ke a leboga amen
hashtag no excuse Really, hashtag no excuse. Really. Our next speaker It's Honorable R. Mabada. Mabada vada wako dangeno panda. Poimera South African Federation of Trade Unions, SAFTU. South African Federation of Trade Unions is represented here by Honorable R. Mabada. Riaribu. Spinga dicha. Mabada, 1 hour, 5 minutes. 1 hour, 5 minutes. Wangatoma. Thank you.
Ya ndiko libuwa. Zani la mzimu muhulu, muzimu wachilize na lufunu. Ndilumelise baraka panda katafula ya panda, kachanda cha mwende na chaula, na ba zigesti za shwange murao. Luko batanganeze. Ndolibuwa. Ndiko daka topic ya building a culture of responsible and supportive men for strong families. Zviambi zvopiro zvonamba zvituzvinji. Ungaritamusira kuti Harare chamba ngori zvimwe zviyatacha. Zvimwe zviyatacha zviyakuma vana rizoshanduka. Mara urishanduka ungari zviyakonda. Varangapanda vaone. Vadolijenera pasi. Honorable Speaker, members of the legislature, comrades and fellow men, I stand before you not only as a citizen, but as a representative of the working class. The engine, I stand before you, the engine of our economy and backbone of our communities, and the silent carriers of multiple social burdens. Today's topic goes to the heart of who we are as men, as builders of more just society. One, a worker-oriented understanding of the crisis. Comrades, we cannot speak of absent fathers or broken families without speaking about the conditions under which workers live, because workers are coming across with difficulties. In the workplace, it is very much sad. Many men in South Africa, especially in Limpopo, are working long hours for low wages. Imagine. Migrating for work, carrying debt under burdens, battling mental health challenges, and pressured to provide without support. And many are not working. Many are being retrenched. And their wives, their families need them to support. And the government needs to stand up on that matter, whereby everyone must work. Economic stress is one of the biggest contributors to family breakdown. When men are exhausted, underpaid, disrespected at work, and struggling to survive, it affects their emotional presence at home. SAFTU has consistently argued a society that undermines workers inevitably undermines families. To build responsible men, we must also build fair workplace, living wages, and supportive social systems. Now, the role of men in rebuilding strong African families. Even with this pressure, comrades, we must also acknowledge our own responsibilities. We must transform harmful norms. A responsible manhood. Being responsible is not only financial. It is emotional presence, shared parenting, open communications, and respect for one's partner. Shared domestic and parenting roles. African working men must reject outdated ideas that domestic work is women's work. And we are hard in understanding that. Equality at home promotes stability, reduces conflict, and models healthy relationships for children. Breaking the cycle of silence. Many men suffer in silence, but silence does not build families. Oh, we must create spaces for men to heal, speak, and support each other. Pan-African perspective, reclaiming Ubuntu and collective fatherhood. Across South Africa, from Senegal to Swaziland, from Mozambique to Morocco, communities traditionally isolated, violated, or emotional distance. Pan-African wisdom teaches a child belongs to the community. A man is protector and nurturer. A stable family is a foundation of nation building. Across the continent today, progressive men's forums, fatherhood movements, and labor organizations are joining hands to rebuild the African family. Limpopo must be part of this continental awakening. Comrades, we have been talking about eliminating divorces, and entirely it is not possible. But if we are engaging in our yard, in our homes, we can strengthen the relationships, and mutual respect must be there so that our relationships can be concrete, understanding and respecting each other in our families. I salute, comrade.
Raribuwa, tawakuluzia rendana. Raribuwa mabada, wimera washumi, ngapasi South African Federation of Trade Unions. Raribuwa Juwan. Our next speaker, it's Honorable Livia. Honorable Livia, on behalf of the South African Council for the Blind. Kariba Banderezwanda, can we put our hands together as Honorable Livia is ascending the stage. Honorable Livia, the floor is yours. 8 minutes is allocated for you, Honorable Livia.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, Chef, okay. Good morning, everyone. I greet you all distinguished guests and honorable members, all protocol observed. So our topic today will be focusing on building a culture of men who are responsible and supportive to their families, with the aim of eliminating divorce cases, children's trauma due to absence of fathers. From where I stand, in the view of the Statistics South Africa, which revealed that 63% of children grow up without their fathers. That in itself causes confusion and identity crisis, whereby most children tend to drop out from school or at some point engage in substance abuse that are harmful to their lives, which at some point can get them into trouble of finding themselves in jail. Now, what happens is, there is another statistic that shows that in many instances, marriages have the ability to stand between 5 to 9 years. If that happens, it means the marriage can be, it means therefore such kind of a marriage can stand the test of time. Furthermore, we have a challenge that if in the family, men in particular don't work, and find themselves having the inability to provide for their families, this in itself can break their families, because families need support at all costs, including emotional, psychological, even financial support. However, I can call upon men to be the agents of change in such a way that we should uphold the values of respect, understanding, and have the ability to listen to the grievances with which our family members come up with. Like, for example, if I have a child, I must have the ability to listen to everything that might be bothering my child, so that she cannot run out to someone else whilst I'm here as a father. Therefore, we have to make sure that we strengthen families through family-driven programs, especially the social development should assist us in this regard. When we have family days, like after Good Friday, in many senses, we do have family, the day called Family Day. Therefore, such kind of days should be promoted to strengthen families so that we can eliminate divorce cases, strengthen families whereby we have the ability to connect our families in order to eliminate divorce cases. Lastly, I think in this instance, we should eliminate poverty and employment. We should eliminate poverty and unemployment in order to make sure that our families remain strong, because the family that lives in poverty faces much unstable conditions that lead to mental health and subsequently or consequently leading to divorce cases, whereby at some point you will find that fathers are far away from their children. Therefore, families should be together where a child is raised by both a mother and a father. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Rialebua Morena Livia, on behalf of the South African Council for the Blind. Ari doya privarore janda musiba chikoedzura pasi. We really thank you, Honorable Livia. Now we're moving to our next topic, which is exploring the removal of silent and strong men syndrome that leads to men enduring unnecessary pain in their social life. I shall now call upon any of our honorable member of the Limpopo legislature to move the fifth topic, Honorable Maringa.
Honorable Speaker, presiding officers, Mina, Honorable Wongani Wesley Maringa, I rise to submit that this August House discuss the motion exploring the removal of silent and strong men syndrome that leads to men enduring unnecessary pain in their social life. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maringa. Any seconder? Any seconder? Honorable Machoman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I, Asnat Machomani, I rise to second the motion that was presented by Honorable Maringa that says the exploring the removal of silent and strong men syndrome that leads to men enduring unnecessarily pain in their social life. I thank you, Chairperson.
Very much, Honorable Machomane. Now we are moving to our fifth topic. Of course, the first speaker is Honorable J. Rapulana on behalf of Limpopo Provincial Men's Sector. Can we put our hands together as we appreciate Honorable J. Rapulana when he will be ascending the stage. Honorable J. Rapulana, you have 5 minutes. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Honorable Speaker, honorable guests, traditional leaders, fellow brothers, Towe. We are gathered here today as men, as fathers, as husbands, as sons, as community leaders. In this parliament today, we are not only talking about problems, we are talking about solutions, healing, and the future of our families. The silent and strong man syndrome. For generations, men have been taught, "Monna ke nku, o lela teng." A real man must not show pain. This idea has created what we call the silent and strong man syndrome, where men carry emotional, financial, and psychological pain alone. Men are expected to be strong, silent, unemotional, and in control at all times. But brothers, this silence is destroying us. Men make up to 75% majority of suicide deaths. Men use alcohol to hide depression. Families collapse because men cannot express their struggles. This silence is not strength, it is suffering. The Domestic Violence Act matters. Today's discussion is linked to the Domestic Violence Act 116 of 1998 as amended in 2021. While gender-based violence overwhelmingly affect women and girls, we must also acknowledge a reality that is often ignored. Men and boys can also be victims. They face psychological abuse, emotional abuse, economic abuse, physical violence, but they rarely report. Why? Why? Because society does not take male victims seriously. Because when men speak, they are told, be strong. Men do not complain. One particular man from Sekhukhune district during our provincial men's seminar, Honorable Speaker, raised this question. Ana monna ke motho? Ana mosadi ke motho? Ge ba go ka moka re batho. A gona o swanetše go boniwa jwalo ka motho o mongwe o boniwa jwalo ka phofojwana ka gore ka moka re batho. We all deserve equal respect and dignity irrespective of our gender as human beings. This must change. A balanced, inclusive approach. Violence is not a women's issue alone. Violence is not a men's issue alone. Violence is a societal issue, and therefore it requires a societal solution. We cannot build a safe home if only one gender is supported. We cannot heal families while others suffer in silence. A balanced approach does not take anything away from women.
It strengthened our national response by ensuring no victim is left behind. Key recommendation, Honorable Speaker, gender-neutral language in service delivery campaigns and policies. Avoid languages that blames only one gender. Create a message that supports all victims. When language is gender-neutral, victims come forward. Dedicated resources for male victims. We need safe shelters, temporary accommodation, professional counseling, and psychological services. Not because men are more important, but because men are also human. Trained frontline workers, police, social workers, nurses, and community leaders must be trained to respond with sensitivity when male victims come forward. No man should be laughed at, shamed, or turned away for reporting abuse. We must build a response system that is fair, compassionate, and professional. Healing our society, brothers, we must change a dangerous norm, automatically blaming men for everything. Yes, men must take responsibility where they cause harm. But we must not promote a society that antagonizes men or treat them only as perpetrators. We must focus on healing the whole society. Heal trauma, strengthen families, build emotional literacy, create supportive space for men and boys, because a healed man does not harm others, he protects them. Call to action. Let this gathering be a turning point. Talk about struggles. Do not suffer alone. Support your brothers. Teach boys that it is okay to feel. Promote counseling, men's cycles, and open conversation. When men heal, families heal. When fathers present and emotionally healthy, communities thrive. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, silent suffering is not strength, it is pain. Real strength is openness, vulnerability, asking for help, healing ourselves so that we can heal our families. Let us build a society that supports all victims, protects all families, and promote accountability with compassion. I thank you. Tobel.
Tobel, really, sector ya vanna va Limpopo kamuka, Limpopo Provincial Men's Sector, Honorable J. Rapulana, really. Our next speaker is Honorable P. Rambau, on behalf of UMTAP. Honorable Rambau. Honorable Rambau. Shipingandi Chavo, Honorable Rambau. You are allocated 5 minutes, Honorable Rambau. Ndawendo.
Ndi Masiari, chairperson of the session, Madam Speaker, members of legislature, honorable members in struggle, and then all guests. My topic is silent and strong man syndrome that leads to men enduring unnecessary pain in their social life. Today, we focus on a critical but often overlooked dimension of gender-based violence and femicide. Silent and strong man syndrome. This is a social expectation that real men must endure pain quietly, never seek help, never show emotions, and never admit to vulnerability. This is expectations that not only harm men themselves, it also fuels the cycle of violence in families, communities. By unpacking these issues, we aim to promote healing and a safer society. Richisadza heli pungo, zvikokoswa ngani ezo zvitu. The cultural and societal norms that we have developed as human beings to say munna hariri urirera tumbuni. We shift from be a man, don't cry, be human, kha ba pfe botungu, speak and seek support. In most cases, the challenges they lead to high suicide, drug abuse, gender-based violence, community instability. But here's a tricky and funny part. Municipalities are busy with such programs. They are implementing such programs to say, but they are not serving the purpose because they are running these programs as political agendas. They are running these programs to portray their positions. In that being said, Zombo Ribaro lose our focus of why we are doing these programs. With that being said, Zombo Ariko coordinator these challenges strategically. Men don't belong anywhere. Ahuna une rabana mudzi. Just like Baswaba Chirina NYDA, that's where we belong. That's where our opportunities are. In fact, we remain with the method, kind what we are being told, now, these are the challenges that activists or civil societies are confronted with. By departments, raising issues of compliance. Compliance, they are willing to fight the struggle. Departments rather take the money and return it to Treasury simply because of a simple paper which they call compliance. Now, with that being said, Rekori legislature ayo said the mapungo oralo ngo ringar komuva mara auno nerkuya one. Every day civil societies, activists, babadani trying to fix the country itself and the challenges that we are confronted with, but with less support from the government, with less support from departments. Ringa story, which specific department? All departments are relevant. Rich manga sports irrelevant in terms of nurturing bana. Rich manga health unnecessary ngo ore baruka manga mental health. Ahuna department eneringa isianda riko manga agriculture ribariko doba riko bisa mini sustainability programs. But to the victims of gender-based violence they always go back to perpetrators. Baripa reasoning to you when we engage with them. The reason in India uri arena plan ya survival, we don't have anything, and then kotiabana ndibone manema koveya buroton tatafura. That's why I'm saying there is no department that we can live out. In conclusion, in dismantling the silent and strong man syndrome, we are not weakening men, we are freeing them. A society where men are emotionally healthy, in a society where women and children are safer. Let us commit to raising a generation of men who do not fear vulnerability, but embrace it. It is a foundation of healthy and non-violent living. Kabe mudzimu wa Africa chipembe bachishudupadza shango lasho ndikoribuwa.
Riaribuwa kaipondesea marambo riaribuwa ngamanda borambao. Our last speaker is Honorable F. Ngobeni on behalf of Traditional Healers Organization. Traditional Healers Organization is represented by Honorable F. Ngobeni. Amwamkela Mtsabseki.
Thokozani kaba nikazi bamuzi. Ithokoza nabantu inkulu kamona bangavaka la itabalabala timhaka leti nga kona. The topic that we chose one try. Okay. The topic that we chose, the removal of silence and strong man syndrome for betterment tomorrow. Maketha la manga kona la ba kota mina ba ga le botša gore banna ba bantši ba tla ka dintumbeng tša rena. The only thing they say, mpofele mosadi. Ba gala ba gešo a re ne dithapo ka kua ntumbeng ka kua. By saying that, I'm just trying to elaborate gore it's better to talk than to resort to something e le goreng o ka se emele ka morago. A re boleleng bagala ba gešo. Monna ke nku, le nku le ge e swere ke tlala ya lla man. Let's just try and talk about the issues that we encounter. This tough man emotion or weaknesses that they say if you act weak, you talk, you're weak, and then when you're silent, you're a strong man. I need David. What I know is that if you feel pain, talk. Or else the bansa talk about the lion now. Ikurisiwe indlela ku nwanuna ngabule nchumu. The expectation ya kuri kukurisiwe nka hina loku valavula you get judged. Utabona u chavana ku vulavula na mutswari ku ri na mpama va hi bava khalabye kambe ku yi vona kona va yi vonile. This cost of emotional silence resort to depression, suicide rates increase, strained relationship and divorces, substance abuse, aggression, and loneliness, and we have an identity crisis. Again, we have to have this new definition of strength, which is vulnerability is courage. Asking for help is strength. Expression over suppression. Emotional intelligence is masculinity. 4 pillars of a better man are emotional intelligence, help-seeking behaviors, positive masculinity, brotherhood, and accountability. Breaking the silence, we need a safe space for expressing, therapy, counseling, mentorship for boys, men wellness support, and psych health. Actions, plan, proposals, emotional wellness policy for men, men support helpline, school emotional training, National Men's Healing Summit. Tools for daily use, self-checking daily, speaking of emotions clearly, not the vocal sharp. I honor you. Journaling feelings, building a trusted circle of men. In closing, tomorrow's man is a strong and expressive man. We break the silence today for healthier men tomorrow. Let us build a generation of brave and open men. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable F. Ngobeni. Akensa tinganga tandavuko ya hina maAfrika. Rediwa vumaine vashu. Thank you so much, Tatani Ngobeni. I'm going to request my co-presiding officer, Honorable Matlo, to take over from the next item. Honorable Matlo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nengoda. It was a great marathon, and we really appreciate all the presenters in terms of a presentation. As you might have heard during the rules of procedure, we expect that all those who presented have submitted both their electronic or their hand copy of their presentation to our secretariat, so that the matters will be processed for the next sitting of the Men's Parliament. As we are approaching to item number 8, Honorable Speaker, we really appreciate your wisdom that this Men's Parliament was since held in 2022, and we really appreciate that it came back in 2025 through the wisdom of yourself and the sitting committees of chairs and other colleagues that you work with. Without much ado, we shall now call upon Honorable MEC, responsible for sports and culture, Honorable Maseko FJ, on behalf of our Honorable Premier, Dr. Ramatuba, to make a presentation on the progress report on implementation of the 2022 resolution for Men's Parliament and the responses to the debate. Honorable Maseko, is your time. You have been given enough time to can make a presentation. I've been directed by the Speaker not to allocate any minutes, but will give you enough time for you to make the responses. Thank you very much.
You're right. All right, thanks. Thank you very much, presiding officers, for having afforded us an opportunity to be part of this important men's dialogue. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Speaker of our legislature, Dr. Makrupeche, Chair and Deputy Chair, Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip of the legislature, Chairperson of the Standing Committee, representative from the district municipality, Tate Shingange, unions, various structures participating in this very important gathering, community structures and members, guests, and the media. Tobel. Inhlekani, Dimatsiari, Huedag, good day, Sanbonani. Let me indicate that it is a pleasure for us as the Executive Council of Limpopo under the stewardship of the Premier, Dr. Popi Ramatuba, to be part of this important engagement session. But let me start by indicating that there is a report that has been circulated emanating from previous resolutions that were taken, the report that updates members in this House about how far are we with regard to implementation of those resolutions. And I'm reliably told that the report has been circulated. But before I go through the address, as I was seated there closer to the Speaker, we were sharing very interesting observations through your presentations. We have identified certain historical gaps that used to happen under the same democratic government. And we have also acknowledged how you have identified those gaps and how you responded to those issues. Let me support Ntate Milambo. Raba bulela ka the input the minister Ntate Aaron Motsoaledi. Those who were World AIDS Day, I think today they are different men in terms of understanding these things, in terms of consciousness, because the minister was able to point at areas, it becomes difficult for us as men to engage about them. The minister Urbudiche are rena banna re chaba go ya ro tester ya uriach, the Minister of Health. Rena banna ge re testile re kreile di results tše leng lore di positive, instead of taking the necessary medication and address the challenge, we cheat ra sa tšee dihlare ra sa dino ka mokgwa go swanetšeng ke ka gona. Rena banna, we are leading in terms of the spread of this pandemic. That's what Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, as the health minister, told us, and all men, including the deputy president. He even suggested to aeroplane, I'm just quoting verbatim what the minister was saying. But the emphasis is that historically banna ba re hlogo ya malapa, historically banna we are superior. Historically, we were born superior historically. And we have been providing leadership in all fronts. So what the doctor was saying, why don't we take that leadership now? Because we are faced with a challenge. But also allow me just to reflect on some of the areas that are critical that will request government to clarify, but also to take them further as resolutions by this House, so that portfolio committees through the speakers and portfolio committees should refer them to the Executive Council. Let's acknowledge the withdrawal of funding by President Trump has seriously affected our commitment to make sure we deal with some of these things. But also as a country and as a nation, as members of society, patriotic as we are, we should acknowledge that disruption here and now, such that you might not have intervention mechanism as government to quickly make sure you supplement and you maintain those programs that were there. It was not a matter in 2 years' time or be ready, we are going to pull out. It was an haphazard to pull out, obviously reasons better known to our own selves. But there is a commitment from your government that they will ensure that they make resources available to close that gap. It's about time and space. So that's what I wanted also to indicate. One area that we've been listening to Kayona Kitabaya, the capacity of our government to provide resources, more the programs, which is one issue that is very, very much important. If Uka share Mulali speaker, but the standing committee presiding officers, quality of life, status of women, youth, and persons with disability. It stops there. Quality of life, status of women, youth, and persons with disability. Meaning that the ANC government, when it was identifying this program, it eliminated particularly those who were vulnerable at that time. But today in this men's parliament, men are saying even men are vulnerable, which means we need to begin to review the name of this program. We must also include men there, so that men should get also that budget. We are being excluded, but it is not deliberate because the aim here was to redress the imbalances. And at that time, men were at the forefront. Both at the workplace, they were in charge. So when this government came in, they wanted to redress those imbalances. But now, we need to be relevant as government and begin to say, hey, Pella, I've listened very clearly, or historically, never munna kinku ulela ting. Bar munna kislepe ulala alolichi uladula galefa. Babu bar munna kikubure apolelan. Those were idiomatic expression chedi bengdi spoiler banna at that time. Behaving in a manner that we are the one and only we can do whatever that we want to do at any time because of this idiomatic expression. But today, the same men, by the Lord, the Amacheli, the Kacheli have advantage, but no, which to me is very progressive, which to me it displays a level of commitment to these men who are saying, let's begin to scrutinize these historical idiomatic expressions. Are they still relevant? And in one sentence, we are saying they are no more relevant. But are willing to spread this by using the historical cultural practices. I think I've listened to Dr. Mukombo from COSATU very attentively. We're sharing with the speaker, we're considering expenditure report, not very long. And I know what I'm going to talk here is in the public domain. That we had challenges around spending by the COE, particularly in health and education. But I can assure this House that there is money available to absorb those doctors. There is money available to make sure that we absorb those doctors. The budget is there. It's just a matter of operationalize the recruitment process so that it gets faster and they conclude it before the end of the financial year because that money is there. And the report was considered by the legislature. So I know when the MEC Treasury was presenting the budget adjustment. So I can tell you, Doctor, rest assured, what I will do from here, I'll go and speak to the MEC Health just to fast track it, but the budget is available. That will be capacitating your structure to ensure that you respond to the challenges that are there. Kikwile gape, Mr. Ramokhanu from DPSA. I was so touched when he was telling me Unali, a netball club that is playing for the provincial league. And fortunately, I'm the MEC. Yeah, what sports, arts and culture. And I want to commit here, Chief, I'm going to get your numbers. We are going to liaise. Things will never be the same again. You can even see. Ke rena ba the 60s, or the 50s. Re be re gola, re be re tseba gore mosadi o re a go theletše. Ka Sepedi, I was sharing with the speaker, wa mo upa. Mnaga, what thanks now? Re mosadi ka Sepedi ka se ga borena, ignore African culture ka sa re Sepedi. African culture, mosadi re a mo upa. Gore a tsebe gore gantše a hlokometse lapa le a kwešiše gore monna ke o tee ke ka mo gae. That is historical. And I can hear you saying, hey, let's love these people. That's what I'm getting. And that message is one message, but even different voices. Tina amatota arbocha nemba na tabe rupa basadi a etlo re berekela arba rateng re ba hlokomeleng ka re basadi bona ge o ka ba rata wa ba hlokomela ba kgona go busha back ge bona go ba le mathata gantši hwetša ile gore le rena banna ba rena ba re ya kudu, which is something that I think is something that I think we agree. But allow me now to focus on the presentation that should be made here, particularly with regard to progress report thus far. And I'll try to summarize it, because I'll now. But honestly, it is a great pleasure and a deep honor to be part of this important sitting of the Men's Parliament, which sit under the theme, Better Men for Tomorrow. gathered here and now, we are not simply attending another meeting, we are rekindling an ancient tradition. A tradition where men will convene boys under a tree. Le a tseba kgale, ge re be re gola. Around a fire, late in the night, the flames will be dancing. The stars will be listening as they deliberated on matters that shape their families and communities. That was then. Re bitsa kgoro ka speed. Basadi be ba sa dule fauwe, be ba tlisha dijo meropo, ba tlisha le dinkgo go tlo nwewa mokombo di go ba jwala jwa mabele. Ba khalaju ba dutse le masogana kgorong. That's what we are doing now, but in a different way. Those fires were more than warmth. There were classrooms in which wisdom was passed down, destinies shaped, and boys were ushered into responsible manhood. Today we recreate that sacred cycle. We may no longer sit on wooden logs under a marula tree, but the spirit remains the same. In those days, elders would call young men closer to teach them about courage, teach them about discipline, respect, and the responsibilities that come with being a man. They taught them that strength is not measured by force, but the ability to protect, the ability to provide, the ability to build, and the ability to honor. Those were the teachings. And as we sit here today, we revive that heritage, reminding ourselves that every generation has the duty to raise better men than the last generation. This men's parliament is one of the most important platforms we have created as a nation to address the challenges that men face and the challenges that men create. It is a safe space for honest dialogue, honest reflection, behavioral change, and collective action. It is the platform where men rise not to defend harmful norms, but to dismantle them. Not to shy away from responsibility, but to confront responsibility boldly. The origin of this parliament is rooted in a powerful history. In 2018, South Africa held its first national men's parliament following provincial engagements initiated by South African National AIDS Council men's sector. The aim was clear: mobilize men to confront the rising epidemics of HIV, of TB, STIs, gender-based violence, and the silent crisis of men's mental health. That was the main objective why a men's parliament was convened. Our provincial structures held its own inaugural men's parliament on the 18th of October 2018. At that time, it was led by the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Letlhogonolo Masoga, marking the beginning of a journey towards building responsibility, accountability, and health-seeking men. Since then, the legislature has continued to champion this cause. On 9 November 2023, the Men's Parliament reconvened under the theme, the term of advancing men's issues through men's parliament. And all of us across the length and breadth of Limpopo, we debated critical motions, from dismantling alcohol, from dismantling substance abuse, addressing the gender-based violence, men's roles in combating HIV, and the often ignored issues of mental illness among them. That's why when I started, I indicated that based on these things, those resolutions from those previous conferences, there is a report that is circulating, addressing some of progress with regard to those ones. Honorable guests, the launch of the Betterment for Health campaign by the Deputy President Paul Mashatile during the 2024 National World AIDS Day further strengthened this mission. The campaign confronts a painful truth: men delay seeking health services. Ba re ge re ba jwa a re ye di-docteng ba kgalajwa. Ge o ekwa pain o no re no e tla fola. Ge o ekwa pain e state gore o yo consulta o nwa substance abuse. O tšea gore those substance abuse will deal with the health challenge that you have. Re a diega gore re be diagnosed. And at the time when we go and consult, it's not easy for you to deal with. That's why and unfortunately, family action. Let's rise up. Once we go pain, women are go pain fela tinyere loto. Utlo botsa re mokatsa ke re ke doctor ngi tinyere loto. Just to go and check or I don't have a fracture. That's how conscious and sensitive our female counterparts are. Mararena, we don't do that. Honorable Ngobe. Re tlo re mola go fedile le mpeteng. Re gane le go ya spetlele, ba re a reng spetlele. Re gane le gore re go no ya spetlele or no ke tla fola. That's who we are. Through the 100-day challenge led by Social Development, the Office of the Premier, JCPS cluster departments and municipalities, we are intensifying community-level interventions. We have also approved the Provincial Implementation Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, with Waterberg and Bembe leading by finalizing their district plans. But we know no strategy will succeed unless men rise and take responsibility for ending GBV and femicide. We are the only custodian to this program, GBV and femicide. In order for it to successfully get implemented, men must rise. Because we know the perpetrators in the majority. Let alone what might be the cause. But the fact of the matter, we are the perpetrators. Kirena re bolaya go basadi. Kirena re ipang bana ba banyane. Bana ba 4 years. A re tsebe gore na re tsene keng. But this is a reality. That's why as government we are saying all these strategies we can adopt, all this plan of actions we can have, but we need the men to rise, to lead these things. Like I've seen others here, and I can tell you I'm very much impressed with all the presentations that were made here by me. Very honest men who are rising to the occasion to make sure that we deal with these challenges. Program Director, our health statistics reinforce this agency. For the financial year 2024-2025, that is the stats, 17,114 men and boys accessed medical male circumcision. Okay, Chief Whip. There is progress. 17,114 men and boys access medical male circumcision. 2024-2025. 26,693 men received treatment for urethritis syndrome. Over 80 million male condoms were also distributed to avoid the spreader. But unfortunately, banna ba di tšea di condom ba di tšela ka potleng. At the time when they're supposed to use them, go no ba le excuse ye nngwe, which is a challenge. We can supply as many condoms as we can as government, like we are doing. But are we using them now? That's the main question. Ask yourself as an individual man seated there, or are you using it? And the answer is known to us as men. I can't say it here. And 18,831 clients received PrEP. Yet, with an estimated 686,399 people living with HIV in Limpopo, we still stand at 938097 instead of 959595. 93, too short, 2% short. That is the 2%. I didn't go test. I didn't really test the results. 80, 15% low. We have tested. We are positive, but we are not taking the medication. About young, they cheat, they don't drink it. And the way like a main, banana. So banana, reabajwa. We are sick according to the statistics. That's why in my other field, at Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, I will encourage everyone, or at least in the morning, are not joking, are not walking, so that the system moving should be strengthened. Because majority are let's shock, let's eat healthy, let's get the medication, and let's drink it. Utlo bona re tlo phela. Go swana le ka mgobo mme ba phelang ke ka gona. Ka ra ke re wa tseba le wena re statistics ya go botsa ka re lifespan ya rena banna le basadi. Ya basadi ke etelejana hunadi. Basadi ba phela le bakana. Reason ke tso ke ona gore ge ba ba jo ba kitima ba ya ba itlhokomela. And rena banna we don't do that. And this conference, I'm convinced its objective is to do that. Is to respond positively so that we can even save our own wives and women. Honorable guests, as I'm moving towards the conclusion, the Men's Parliament is not just a talk shop. It is a movement. Ngachivenda bare taguani rime, meaning let's stand up together. It is a call for men to be protectors, not perpetrators. It is a call for men to be builders, not destroyers. It is a call for men to be comforters, not silencers. It is a call to raise boys who understand consent. We must teach these boys, for a no is a no. That is what is very, very much important. We must teach these boys emotional intelligence, when to respond to a particular problem. How do we navigate when we've got very serious challenges that begin to compromise your emotional intelligence? Baba nchi, we just walk away if we go solve matter. I used to tell people, communicate. When you are angry, don't issue a statement. Don't write a WhatsApp. When you are angry. Because what you are going to say there is your weakness, your emotional intelligence. So we must teach these boys to know when to talk. At times, somebody said, we have invested a lot. Let's not kill them. You better walk away. Better walk away. Somebody said it here. And if all of us agree, or there is no permanent, assured permanent relationship between a husband and a wife. That relationship is not assured. It's a relationship that has been built through consensus, through agreement between two people. And you can know if that consensus is fair, what are the implications. So the message go, when that consensus is fair, walk away. Zambela mntwana baba uyokala phansi ka monna uja mphufu jwa phatla gage o gatla maswika o thome fase as opposed to just to nyammolai, as opposed to go gabelela bana le msadi ke ka slap. It can't be us. As long bana ba gago o ba go dishitse, because the permanent relationship o ne leng yona in any relationship ya family ke the kids. Ka re ke madi, that relationship ke ya madi, you can't separate it. But the msadi if ya pala bana ba geshu, let's walk away peacefully. Mo fetša a šalle tšona le bana o yo thoma bophelo jwa gago, but don't kill this poor soul. Modimo a ka se go swarele. As we gather here, let's recommit to a rising generation of men who heal instead of harm, who build families instead of breaking them, who choose health over silence, and who stand up for women, children, and one another. Let this men's parliament ignite new fire, a fire of responsibility, a fire of transformation, and a fire of hope. Let us stand together to a safer, healthier, and better province. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause, Honorable MEC, on behalf of the Premier. A good 35 minutes of address. It was quite good. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Without much ado, we'll take this opportunity to go to item number 9 and call upon our Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makuru Pechi, to come on the stage, to come and give us a keynote address. Let's give a round of applause while she approaches Honorable Speaker of the Limpopo Legislature, Dr. Makuru Pechi.
Let me greet you, the presiding officers of the day, who are the speakers. I call you speakers today. Speaker Honorable Matlow, Speaker Honorable Nenguda. Let me greet the MEC for Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable MEC Funani Jerry Maseko, who's here on behalf of the Premier of the province, Mayor Dr. Popira Matuba. We are honored to have with you, to be with you here, Honorable Maseko. Thank you so much. Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mukoni, your Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Ngobeni, the Chief Whip of the Legislature of Limpopo, Honorable Manuku Isob Mukhonyana, the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Rogers Munama, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee of Quality of Life, Women, Youth, Children with Disability, Honorable Mayor Caroline Mantata Mahasela, and all members of the committee. I won't mention all members of the legislature. Let me greet other honorable members. All of you, you are here, but today you are the guests. The real honorable members are this side. Let me greet the real honorable members who are representing a number of stakeholders that are here today. But it will be important for me to acknowledge here the presence of our municipalities. We are honored here to have Councillor Nakana from Molemole, Councillor Shigange from Greater Zanin Municipality, Pastor Mameti, she's a councillor as well in Vembe. Councillor Mafukani Skukune, Speaker of Iftahomu, Councillor Klasi, Councillor Ramalato, Chief Whip of Greater Letaba Municipality, Councillor Mohali, who will be representing the Speaker of Greater Tzaneen Municipality. Kerel Ngwebe, Mwatsi Ngwebe, re leboha ho ba le lena mo. Mara ke dumedishe all stakeholders without mentioning them by names. But I think it's important for me to acknowledge this moral regeneration, the Limpopo men's sector, baruti ba dikereke tse di fapaneng bo Bishop ba rena, South African Council of Churches, Section 27, I can't mention all of you, but all of you feel Kosatu, Santaco, just feel to be greeted by me on behalf of all these other members sitting this side. Kere Thobela, Ndimaseari, Inhlikani, Amilosa Inkwenu. It is an honor and privilege that I'm humbled this August House to deliver a closing address. You know, I was sitting with Honorable Maseko there. What's about Kisatsiva Lurkin? We exchange video fika mokere. Relequile. Premier of Fetruch. Rnawar Nameroko Fedi. I guess that was the reason. We convened here so that you can be able to say, since we left there in the previous men's parliament, the MEC who's representing the premier says, this is how far we have gone. Renar as the oversight, then we are taking the responsibility to say, we'll continue and monitor the progress that will be done. But it is indeed a bright day and one of the special of our democratic dispensation. I'm standing before you and I'm inspired by men who made some sterling contribution in the liberation of our country and those who hail from this Mopani district and who spend their time organizing our people against prevailing apartheid regime at all times. What makes us sit here today? We must never forget where we come from. We are here today because there was this apartheid. We are here today because there was this patriarchy. We are here today because we've got those challenges that we experienced before 1994. It is therefore important that we must honor those men that struggled to make us to arrive where we are. In this region, we draw inspiration from young men called Robert Siasonge Matebula, a young man whose life was well lived and lost in a tragic accident on the 27th April 2006 on N1 between Makado and Polokwane. At his time of death, he was on his way from bidding farewell to a political gathering at the University of Venda, which he addressed to the delight of the audience on that day. He's one of the young political pioneers who raised the flag of this region very high. We stand here inspired, but one of the greatest leaders, his name is Mark Shope, was a few kilometers from where he was born in 1919 here. Mark Shope did not necessarily have formal education, but he became a farm worker, gold miner, railway, and harbors worker. And he became involved in an African Laundry Workers Union during the World War. And he made a deliberate mark in the history of struggle to an extent that by the time he passed on in 1998, he was one of the most important leaders of the African National Congress as he served in the NEC, but as well, he was a Mkoto Wesizwe Commissar. That's why President Thabo Mbeki in 2002, he decided to honor him with posthumously with Order of Baobab, the gold one. This region is inspired by others like Tito Mboweni. Tito Mboweni was anti-apartheid activist since his early age. He went to become a Minister of Finance. He as well went through a number of other political leadership where he has led, but we know he even became the 8th governor of the South African Reserve Bank from 1999 to 2009. He's one of the great leaders that come from this area and from this region. I will not have done my task if I'm not telling you that we're inspired by the resilience shown by leaders like J.J. Make, Joseph Jerome Make, a political prisoner who joined the underground struggle since 1980s in Swaziland and also trained in Angola. He returned to South Africa in 1981, conducted underground operation in the Northern Transvaal. He was arrested. Some of us, we know, he was arrested in Robben Island, but some of us, we know now that he was always popular in Parliament when say, "Rekale lawyer." Another important person that we must as well acknowledge, who inspire us, is Richard Mutebe Parepare Mutupi, who was a UDF member and first volunteer of the African National Congress. And after the unbanning, he was the first regional organizer of this region. To honor these gallant fighters would be granted shall be when, at the end, would have produced a democratic society, because that is what they lived their life for. Or where all men living there for a better man for future has been captured in the theme of this men's parliament. This theme captures endeavor to encourage personal growth and self-improvement in men. It entails the fact that we need to move beyond outdated stereotypes to embrace qualities that contribute to well-being of men. It entails encouraging people to live in healthy relationships, and lastly entails the building of more inclusive and equal society. This theme compels our society to shift in our understanding masculinity, and that we should focus on key attributes and action rather than defining men through traditional and rigid gender roles. The hosting of this sectoral parliament, including men's parliament, the hosting of sectoral parliaments, including the men's parliament, is an exceptional activity or event that it affirms the call we have made over a period of time that legislature is your voice. Use it. You are here, you have spoken, we've listened to you. Sectoral parliaments are a means of mechanism that Limpopo legislature have used over a period of time to bring legislature to the people and ensure that their views are heard and they know what to do. However, we are at best can only explain the role of the legislature on how you too can use it as your voice. The sector parliament are coordinated through the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Women, Youth and Disability under the leadership of Mayor Matlodi Caroline Mantata Maasela. And today's parliament is full compliance with the obligation as set out in the section 104, section 114, and section 118 of the Constitution. Just to remind members that the legislature was conferred the powers to pass the legislation regarding functional areas of concurrent national and provincial legislation competence. Functional areas excluding provincial legislative competence, it has powers to pass the legislation or any other external expressly assigned to the province by the national legislation, and any matter that is envisaged to be legislated by the province as provided by section 104 of the Constitution. Honorable speakers, men's parliament in Limpopo province has its own history and have set us as a province on the national footprint. I'm raising this because Limpopo provincial government, in partnership with Takuan Riime men's movement, hosted the Limpopo men's parliament at Leboagomo legislature on the 18th of October 2018. The hosting of the Limpopo men's parliament, as indicated above, and the National Summit of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide on the 1st of November 2018 was subsequently followed by the hosting of the 3rd National Men's Parliament in the Collins Chaban local municipality at Masia village in Vembe district municipality in Limpopo on the 19th November 2023. It was during this national parliament where the official launch of 2023-2025 Takuan Riime men's movement program of action was presided over by the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Tatana Paul Mashatile. This Provincial Men's Parliament convenes in Mopani municipality after the launching of the 2023-2025 Taekwondo Ime Men's Movement Program of Action, which was officially launched. The implementation of the key activities identified in the above mentioned program of action is greater concern as we continue to take stock on our progress in relation to the implementation as well as the resolution taken in this August House today. A comprehensive account needs to be given in the next sitting. Honorable Speakers, this program of action seeks to create a responsive men's movement that champions gender equality and seeks to challenge the harmful social norms. We do acknowledge that we observe the critical aspects of program as society, and we should be able to mobilize men and boys to be agents of positive social change in their communities. You know, technology has got its own difficulties. And I must apologize for that. Program directors, while addressing the Presidential Summit of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide at St. George's Hotel in Tshwane on the 1st November 2018, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa said, I quote, "We agreed that we need a multi-sectoral approach that responds to the demands of the marchers and strengthens the broader interventions in that addresses the causes, effects of such violence." Close quote. The tone of today's deliberations in this August House has demonstrated the urge amongst all of you to address the most critical affecting you as gender. However, the urge to address issues affecting women and children has made this August House exceptional. This is our definition of a better man for the future. As we meet here today, it is 16 days of activism It is 16 days since the global observation of the International Men's Day. This day has played a significant role in the issue of men, historically been crucial that it is meant to create global awareness of many issues that men face, including abuse, homelessness, suicide, violence, and is observed annually on the 19th of November annually. I'm raising this specific point because I've got two sons myself. When I come here, I was driving with one of them. He's 18 years old. He was asked every time, he says, "Mommy, why are there too many days that women are celebrating? It's the Mother's Day." Okay, he started with the International Women's Day in March. He counts the Mother's Day, he counts the August month. Now we are saying we've got days that we can celebrate men as well. So I was telling him about that. The International Men's Day was founded in 1919 by Dr. Jerome Telechish, a history lecturer at the University of West Indies in Trinidad in Tobago. While the day was initially created to commemorate his father's birthday, it is now celebrated in the over 80 countries with the aim of highlighting on an annual basis the social issues faced by men, both mentally and physically. The role of men as active parents, men as positive agents of change of society, role of modeling inclusive behaviors and seeing these different identities of men through lens of intersectionality. The International Men's Day 2025 was observed under the theme Celebrating Men and Boys. The intention of the 2025 International Men's Day was to recognize the positive contributions men and boys make to society, raising awareness of men's well-being and highlighting the positive role of men. As we look at this day backwards, we are bound equally to recognize the difference men in society, particularly our province, are making in the society in raising issues of men's well-being, as well as fight against gender-based violence and femicide. Program directors or the speakers of the days, these men include Fano Ungezani, an athlete who ran from Pretoria to Toyando to raise awareness about gender-based violence and drug abuse. Noting that Toyando has a prevalence of high rate of reported GBV cases. These men include Matalani Mokhatla, a Sepedi influencer and artist who uses his platform to make a call for men to speak out against gender-based violence. These men include men championing change, as we have noted through the group of men from Motong in Polokwane in Limpopo, who have taken a stand against gender-based violence cases in their respective communities. These men include men partaking in Munandinyi, a group founded by male nurse who was employed at Chidizini Hospital together with his colleagues in 1997. This organization has been involved in the quest of community-driven interventions to end gender-based violence and femicide, to empower men as active role players. These men include those flagged in Real Men Foundation. The Real Men Foundation is a non-profit organization that supports gender-based violence, including men who are often victims of abuse by their own female partners. Honorable speakers, I've just mentioned a few of known men who are making some difference among many within their communities, joining our efforts in building society habitable to all genders, where one gender will not prejudice the other, where one gender will not prejudice the other for any given reason, requires that we start appreciating a society, the contribution that each of these genders could make in society at every glance or opportunity one gets. The founder of the International Men's Day, Dr. Jerome, once said, "We have many invisible men who are doing good work, volunteer work, and social worker in orphanages, but these men remain unrecognized." It is my belief that if all of us here today, as we did above, are to stand out in acknowledging thousands of men who remain invisible in our communities and are doing good work and understand and appreciate the role they are playing in building a caring society that is free of violence based on gender, we shall be positive leading in championing the campaign for a better man for the future. We shall be encouraging many discouraged men to continue doing a great work. Program directors or the speakers of the day, the period within which we host Men's Sectoral Parliament is at the province a crucial one in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. The past 10 days since the 25 November 2025 marked the beginning of the 16 days of activism in the fight against gender-based violence in the globe. As you may be aware, 16 days stretch from the 25th of November until the 10th December every year, marking the International Human Rights Day. In concurrence with calls you made during today's proceeding, I call on all of us to join in and participate in this campaign in amplifying the call made by the President, Matamela Ramaphosa, deploying multidisciplinary approach to resolve challenges we are facing as society and confronting all ills that are dampening our efforts for a stable and GBV-free society. As we navigate through the 16 days of activism, we must follow the footsteps of our predecessors and maintain, as adopted by the former President Thabo Mbeki, when he said, I quote, "Greater love has no man for women than one who blows open the doors that lead to equality, self-determination and equal opportunity." This sort of things is unheard in society that is largely still patriarchal in how it sees women, threatening them as mere objects of abuse and dissatisfaction. I close quote. The necessary change that ushers a better man for the future is underpinned by the desire to depart from some of these stereotypes. There is no doubt that if we champion this campaign through our communities, South Africa will be a better one. Honorable speakers, Office of the Premier, here, of Dr. Popira Matuba, represented by Honorable MEC Maseko as the acting Premier of the day, has presented progress report on the implementation of 2022 resolutions of Men's Parliament and responded to the debate. To this August House, while bound to take into consideration some of the highlights emanating from various events and activities in the lives of men and society at large, have given brief space of accounting of the resolutions of the 2022 Provincial Male Parliament in fulfillment of the legislature's constitutional obligations. We have had deliberation across various topical areas as tabled before this August House. You have made calls for men to mobilize against gender-based violence and femicide. You have urged men to be proactive on issues pertaining to their health as well as their role in the reduction of continuous spread of HIV and AIDS. We have called on all honorable members today of the August House to redefine men's role in the economic value chains, political and social life discourse inclusive of women. We have called for the building of a culture of men that are responsible and supportive to their lives and the families, leading to a total elimination of divorce cases, including children trauma due to absence of fathers. Honorable speakers, the deliberations that went through this August House suggest that men are ready to deal with the silence and strong men syndrome that led to so many men in our communities enduring unnecessary pain in their social life. The alarming suicide violence among some of the men in our communities is an alert that there could be deep-seated challenges built over and over and over a period of time, which we must explore to reduce any future and repeated occurrence of similar incidences. While campaigns, honorable speakers, I must indicate that when I was sitting with Honorable Maseko, I was reflecting that we once had a campaign, because this campaign was called around 2003. There was a campaign that we used to have because we were saying we are addressing the imbalances, that we are taking a girl child to work. Some of you might remember taking a girl child to work. As women were saying, we're empowering young women. This campaign became very successful of making sure that women start to have confidence, young children start taking responsibility, young children start participating. But unfortunately, this campaign was initiated to motivate and inspire girl learners, leaving the boy child behind. We cannot achieve ideal betterment for future society until boy children finds his motivation and inspiration as a boy child. While taking the girl to work made some significant impact in the struggle of gender equality, it however left a void that needs to be filled. A boy child also deserves to be motivated, inspired, as a boy child lives matters. I've received a number of requests, honorable members. One was saying here, why are boys parliament? But the request I've received, Kuri, children's parliament. So we must decide whether we need boys parliament or children's parliament, so that we don't do the same mistake that we did when we were taking a girl child to work. So for us to start somewhere, it means we must go back and say, do we need a children's parliament or a boys parliament? Especially because chair of the committee, your committee is now questioned. Or you are talking about all these things, quality of life, women, children, disability, but there is no man in that name. So we are now saying, where do we leave the men in that committee? Honorable speakers, today's deliberation are captured and the issue raised shall be duly processed through various committees of this August House so that they can find expression within government programs. And as I have maintained earlier, Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Women, Youth, Children, and People with Disability shall assume full responsibility to ensure that government and its entities deliver on programs that address your plight and interest as you have deliberated. It is this very committee that shall ensure that the implementation of the resolution you took in this August House are monitored. I must then take this opportunity to thank Honorable Maseko. We greatly appreciate your time and the mere fact that Premier delegated you to provide a report on the implementation of the resolutions of 2022 Men's Parliament and responded to the debate. Indeed, an account you gave today tell us how government in its entirety have implemented the resolutions. Ntate Rapulan, le kwele gore Premier o rile taba tša lena o tla di kwa. Ke a bololla today, ba lebele sa tsebe gore even when we're not going to have this Men's Parliament, there was no way we could not have it because there is a structure that we have that is debated here today with us, represented here. They call it Limpopo Provincial Men's Sector. Mema Asela, Mantata Maasela will remember, or this team came to meet with us. They indicated how they want to take these processes forward. And I'm happy they were here today. And I'm happy the Premier, Kantate Maseko, has responded that indeed the Department of Social Development and all other departments that you want are going to take your processes forward and realeboga, or indeed that is going to happen as you have requested. We know that Honorable Maseko, representing the Premier and all sector departments, the issues raised during the Men's Parliament, as I already said, it is expected that so much of the issues raised in respect of economic development, job creation, require all sector departments to ensure that all these matters that have been raised here are taken into cognizance. As we adjourn this August House, let me take this opportunity to thank the Standing Committee of Quality of Life, Women, Youth, Children with Disability. I can assure you that you are closing the year on a very high note, that you have done all your work, all your sectoral parliament. This is the last one. Thank you so much for the hard work that you have done for the whole year by servicing the people of the province. When you say Limpopo legislature is your voice, use it. Indeed, you have created that opportunity for the people of the province to make sure that they come to listen to us. I must equally thank all community structures as well, all civil society present here and who participated in today's sitting for the good work they are doing in ensuring that the pace within which social transformation in our society happens is as well highly remarkable, and we are greatly appreciate, especially you presenters. It was a short notice, but you did excellently well. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work that you are doing. I can confirm that the 7th legislature in this 7th parliament, we are anticipating hosting this sectoral parliament on an annual basis to ensure that continuous assessment is done on the progress we are making as society and the attainment of the equal and gender-based violence-free society. It is our obligation to honor all men who stand against gender-based violence. This is the time to call all men throughout our community to say, not in my name. From this deliberation in today's sitting, one has a sense that there is a looming consensus by all of you here that a call must be made to government and all stakeholders to invest more efforts towards ensuring that we raise awareness of ensuring that awareness on issues involving our fight against gender-based violence, as well as empowering men by improving their well-being too. The use of social media might be one of the areas that we can explore on how best our campaigns can be done. But as well, in enhancing our campaign and efforts, we must consider to run some of these campaigns against drug abuse and liquor abuse with our own liquor outlets, our own mahoshis at home, our own baruti at home, so that we can be able to work together to build these men for the future. We must take the resolute measures as society to support unemployed men who are not being absorbed in the labor market. When women do their kitchen soup, men must help us, because a young man goes to town looking for a job, without money going back home, that man starts sleeping in the streets, in the cold. That man is afraid to go back home because he doesn't have the money. When he arrives home, the children, the wife will say, "Utsamaile mo re nyaka mmereko," but you still come back empty-handed. So those men that are sleeping under the bridges, they need our help as men. These are the men who later constitute statistics of people who left their homes, end up joining the street gang, terrorizing our communities. Together in our resolute attempt to empower men and the boy child who will change this society. In conclusion, let me take this opportunity to thank all political parties who made such contribution for such hosting of the Men's Parliament so successfully. Your cooperation, Chief Whip, thank you so much, and your team in the legislature of making all members of the legislature to buy in the story that this thing was very relevant. Together with the chair of the committee, we really appreciate, and the whole committee, thank you so much. You started from the beginning of the logistical arrangements until the finalization. My appreciation also goes to the staff. Dr. Mage and to her staff, this was a short notice, but their sterling support and contribution to the work of the legislature shall never go unnoticed. As we conclude today's proceeding, I want to take this opportunity to wish all of you and your families a safe and happy festive season. We must ensure that we adhere to the road rules as we commit back to our respective destination, and keep safe during the festive season. I'm saying to you, Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year to all of you and your families. Kia leboga, ngiyabonga, inkomo, ndolebuya, baya danki, ngizwazwe.
Thank you very much. Madam Rebedi wa Yesu ngizwazwe. Lokono uro do straight. Uro do le was speaker. Arjun mazub tabaku la passe. Ralevo inkomo akensa sunen mana speaker loko miskotini ku inyika vulavula wa siku ne kensa sunen loko miskote ku tirha hi nkarhi wolowo ku ringana ma 34 minutes swi komba ku i ntiyiso a hi ri ka palamende ya vavanuna hi khensile swinene. Without much ado, we'll go to item number 10. We'll call upon a representative of the municipality of Greater Zanini, Councillor Lawrence Mwali, to come and give a vote of thanks on behalf of the Speaker of the municipality. Councillor Mwali, can you usher him? Oh, Councillor Mwali. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Can you give him a round of applause while he's approaching? Assalamu alaikum. Give him a round of applause while he's coming. Thank you very much. Yeah. The floor is yours, Councillor Mwali.
Thank you, Honorable Madou LJ, because now today they said that we must call you the speaker, because I heard the speaker of legislature say so. So I'm follow suit to her. And also Honorable Nenguda, DA. I don't know, maybe sometimes I called you correctly, but you will pardon me if maybe sometimes I never called your name correctly. So to Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makurubeji, MG, esteemed members of the Limpopo legislature and parliament, distinguished guests and fellow communities, members and stakeholders, I greet you all in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. As Councillor Moale from Greater Zanani Municipality, I express my support for this initiative which brings together men and women to discuss critical issues affecting our communities. Today's program has educated us on the importance of respectful behavior and responsible leadership, particularly in ensuring the well-being of women and children and people with disability. I believe that this initiative will have a ripple effect, and our community, our municipality will adopt and escalate these programs to our wards. I extended my gratitude to all presenters, traditional healers, doctors, federations, and unions, also the ruling party, for their valuable contributions on behalf of Greater Zanani Municipality. We wish you a safe journey back to home. May God bless and protect you all. Thank you. I thank you.
Releboa Councillor Moale, releboa Gamada Bulelwe Wozi, Leadunila Speaker Asam Masbala. Ogar Yankaran Kiaba Gatsaba Warasagaba Berul Gebis. And Gabilo Swagul Gebis Wagul Zupotri. Agsebore Makrisa Sunday Nas. Remove meeting over Togo Vijogi, Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Galabo. Without much ado, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Chair of our Standing Committee, I hereby call on Honorable Maringa VW. It's not a polo, but it's a VW, member of the Standing Committee of Quality of Life, Status of Women, Osongo, to come and give announcements. Honorable Maringa.
Honorable Speaker of Limpopo Provincial Legislature, progressive presiding officers here, let me write on the protocol already established. I gave you a walk of a young man who has remained HIV negative, who's going to be the second person to test after Honorable Matlo. So, and I'm inviting Honorable Hassan Goven to be the third one. There's a gentleman called Edwin Cole. He says being a male, it's a matter of birth. But being a man, it's a matter of choice. And when we engage on a daily basis, Honorable Speaker, we always say a good man treats his lady the same way he wishes other men to treat his daughter. So I hope here we're having men who are treating their ladies the same way. And I'm hoping that the women who are listening and watching us, joining us online, they are also treating us the same way they wish other men to treat their daughters. So that we balance the equation of gender-based violence. I think we need to do that. I'm here for announcements. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to also consider having a joint parliament. Yeah, we must keep dreaming properly. A joint parliament. The way we are engaging, we are sustaining the current situation in the country. We are not necessarily bridging the gap. Because men sit on their own, they They don't complain about women, but when women meet, they will complain about men and vice versa. Because men don't want to speak. We don't want to raise issues that affect us. So we need to consider, find budget where possible, get a venue that can give us an opportunity to have both men and women in one venue. And then we have got speakers who can then say, Rina, as men who are also being terrorized physically by women and vice versa. Because we've got a lot of them, and we are counted amongst the stats of those who are suffering in the hands of the very same women whom we have married and brought home. Until we speak about this topic in their presence, we will not be able to solve the challenge, including the issue of young people. We need to pay attention to that, Honorable Speaker. I've paid notes to what you said. I also, as I make announcement, Honorable Maseko is here. We need to revive the issues of sports in schools so that we keep young people busy. We can then educate them about how best to live life. And I agree with you, Honorable Speaker, we need a boy child as well to work. You know, half the time we complain about men and we don't bring them closer to situations that can resolve their challenges. The first announcement is this one. All of us who are guests are expected to remain seated, and then staff officials of the legislature, you are requested to assist in the distribution of gifts. And then MPLs, mayors, and speakers of municipalities, you are requested to converge at the holding room. There's a small conversation that is supposed to take place there. Presenters, people living with disabilities, councillors, and guests, and all of us who are here today, we are going to be using a restaurant as we exit. But the advice is that before you exit to the restaurant, food is sufficient. You must not worry. You must remain seated so that by the time you leave here, you've got your gift with you in your position. Lastly, search your pockets and check if you have not misplaced car keys as you go out. When you leave this venue, check if you've got car keys. There are car keys which have been found elsewhere. We are not going to give you a description because you may want to define it as yours, and the next thing the car is gone with a wrong owner. That was the long and the short story of my presence. Let's continue to queue and get tested. I'm after Honorable Matlo, who are very serious. All members of the legislature, MPLs here who are males, you must be the first ones to test today. And we are going to record the queuing. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maringa. Thank you very much. On behalf of the presiding officers, myself and Honorable Nenguda, we really want to appreciate the responsibility bestowed on us by the committee, Honorable Chair of the committee, the Honorable Speaker of our legislature, Dr. Makurupechi, Honorable Chief Whip, and the entire colleagues of the legislature. We really appreciate that you gave us this opportunity to run this activity. We also want to thank our Secretariat for the continuous support they've been giving us while we were seated here. Honorable Speaker, it's not an easy seat here. I always see you laughing in the legislature, but I think you are laughing because you want to take out, the steam that might be there when you are seated. We really appreciate the support that we have been given, and we stay this out adjourned till further notice. The House is adjourned. All rise.
Thank you. Please remain seated. Thank you. Yeah.